Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. It is me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire, back again doing more Warframe meetings. How y'all doing today? Happy Friday. How you doing, Dalen? Welcome back, Blue. How you doing today, Cardi? What is up, May? Hello, Frisk, Corolius, frig, one of these days I'll get it right. One of these days, I swear. Sal, NS, Ace, good afternoon to you as well. Dutch, yeah, we're gonna hope for Void Cascade. How you doing today, Douche Lord? What is up, LeBron? Hello, Evan, what you up to today? How is everyone doing? Surely we get at least one. I just want a well-timed one. That's like, I know that I'm asking for a lot and just asking for like a well-timed Void Cascade. But like, it would be nice. It would be nice. Hey Ole, how you doing today? Do we got anything in here that like I need to buy today? You just woke up, so your day can't be shit yet. Hey, you know what? We'll take those wins. We take those W's in 2026. Hey Erzman, how you doing today? What's up? What's up? I'm just kind of like seeing if there's anything here that, well, I need to think about buying. We're at number 34. It's going unfortunately slow. This one is a bit of a grind, but I do want to try to get a few more for in today because it is double Affinity weekend. It is. LR pushback, 24 days? 5 months, 24 days? 4 months, 24 days? Okay, who would like to join me for the usual? We got some dailies to do. Dalen, you want to do dailies? Alright, come on down, Dylan. Well, I see an echo there, or the Cardi. That the time I got it. Yep, no, I accept that one. That one was me. That one was me. I accept that one. Good. Others are pushing it back. Yep. LeBron, you want to join? Yeah, sure. We're doing Steel Meridian and Cephalon Suda dailies, so if you're good for either of those. Recently learned that Synth Reflex buffs all parkour despite claiming only buffing bullet jumps. You're now reshipping your entire identity around with a vigorous swap. Huh. It does? Interesting. Man, Warframe's weird. LeBron, are you for both Cephalon Suda and Steel Meridian, or only one? And just remind me what your in-game name is, and I will send you an invite. Oh man, I'm sleepy. The jet lag kicked my butt. I didn't get to sleep until like 4 AM. It's so good? Huh, that's interesting. I'm doing Red Veil right now for your Arc Gun. You're bad. No worries, we'll grab a Halo instead. It's all good. It's a start, I guess. Hey, listen, 55 is better than nothing. 55 is impressive, actually, but you know. Just finished your first sister and got an ephemera. Heck yeah! What time do I normally go to bed at? At like midnight, usually, and then I'm up at like, oh, Halo, do you want to log in? Let me know when you're online. I usually go to bed at like midnight, and then I usually wake up at like 6 or 7 AM to get started working. I'm not joking when I say that I work like usually 14 hours a day. 6, 7, I hate you so much. That's normal times? Yeah, but I don't like it. Aiden, whatchamacallit did you get? What ephemera? Holster reloading, holster movement speed, and holster damage all from 2 mod slots. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Nifty. Very nifty. Alrighty. Yeah, just let me know when you're online there, Halo, and we'll get you in here. The radiation one? Oh, what does the radiation one look like for sisters? I always forget. I'm very bad at remembering the ephemeras because I don't own them. Sister of oh, you know what? It's probably EPH ephemera list. What's the rad one called? for sisters. I suppose that would probably be better here. You gotta change the pushback cooldown to throw off guessers? Yeah, but they don't know. You're right. I should make the cooldown longer. Good point, Aced. Excellent point, Aced. I should make the longer. Oh, it's this one. Oh, that one's kind of fun, actually. I like that one. Oh, yeah, I like that one. That's cool. Huh. Nice. Congratulations. The best way to level an arc gun without a gravamag? You can equip arc guns to your necromech without a gravamag, I believe. So, like, you could equip it to a necromech and then go into missions that you can summon a necromech in and then use it there. So, like, that's one option. The other option is... the other option would be, like... I believe it's on your Honest. This interception's pretty good if you have a squad. The Rush, I think, is on Jupiter. This one is pretty good too. Where's the one that's the mobile defense? This one here is a really, really good spot. Doing as well there. Hey, Blue, how you doing today? Will I tell you what it is? No, I'll only tell people who have tier 3 subs, because that's the rule. Give the boy a treat! Alright, I'll give the boy some treats. From both of you. You're hoping to get the impact one from Sisters? Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, I've been super lazy on the, you like the mobile defense on Neptune? Yeah, most people go towards the mobile defense on Neptune. 27. So, let's go do the Sabo here. Food pickup time. Ooh, delicious. Only 2 tier subs? No, I said tier 3 subs. It's pay to win. Listen, it was because I made it a joke one day that only tier 3 subs could know the cooldown. And then people called me on it with multiple people doing tier 3 subs, so I was like, okay, well now it has to become a bit. Now I have to commit to it. The crew for Rattler just got finished again in 40. Orc Catalyst, 5 Forma, Elemental Vice. Holy smokes. +1 Gravamag? Holy crap. Yeah, they take so much. It takes so much. And yeah, Deuce Lord, I saw that news. Man, it's been apparently a rough week for random celebrities. Hey, look, a candy right there in front of my eyes. Candy. Oh, don't forget that here, in the Void Sabotage, they like to hide the candies in the, they like to hide the candies in the, whatchamacallit, the Sabo, Void portal place. You know, the thing with the place in the hair. Hey, Blex, how you doing? Water? I should drink some water, you're not wrong. Twitch still borked for you? The website says the issues are fixed, but it's not for you, apparently? I can read your messages redacted. I see a lot of people making Optimus Prime fashion in honor of Peter Cullen. Oh, that's cute. I like that. You're so sad? Man, yeah, it's been a weird week. Hey, Rap Trap, how you doing? What do you get with all the caches? Define all of the caches. Had to switch from Twitch because it wouldn't send your messages. Okay, so there still is apparently problems. It's not just that one, too. It's not just redacted. Okay, well, you know. Huzzah for multi-streaming, I suppose. Hey, look, a candy. Hello, candy. So tasty. Okay, we need to get this limbo to 30 before we go do the defense and the survivals here, because that'll be free forma. Well, free using a forma, I should say. Streaking on your phone? Hell yeah. Let's go over here. That's what we call them, at least. See, I don't know sort of like the situation in Norway. Is like the King of Norway a liked person? But the fact that you said the grandpa of all of Norway kind of leads me to believe that is the case. But either way, still weird that so many people are going all at once. Everyone loved him? Oh, well, this is really unfortunate. We need more, like, actually chill world leaders like that. Damn it. What the frig? Playing Worldbox again. Great game. I am not gonna lie. I've never heard about Worldbox. What kind of game is that? Hey, are you anything? You are a candy. Hey, look, I found another candy. This way? Maybe? Maybe not. No, we came from this way. This was the start of the mission. What am I doing with my life? What am I doing here? Extra 1 chromosome. What's up? You're just a god who has the power to do anything? I mean, I know I am. You're right. I have the power to do anything. You're right. I know you were talking about the game. I'm making a yoke. There's usually one under the vents. Yeah, sometimes I have one under there. Spawn an atomic bomb for some reason. I feel like that's an unwise choice. Just like in general, I feel like spawning random atomic weapons is not a good choice. Oh, this is not the song that I thought it was. This is what I have learned. I thought that this was something very different. Blex with a 3 stream streak, heck yeah. Alright, I think we've already got 7, so now we just need to, like, see if there's any hiding inside of there, because they do like to hide them in there. Yeah, we got 7 so far. Yup. Right, that as well. That as well. Hi, just got a confirmation on your degree. Congratulations! What was your degree in, Blaze? That's awesome to hear. We love hearing good news. Heck yeah! Oh, can't go that way. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. How about I do a little bit of that, and we see if there's a candy hiding in here, because they sometimes like to hide candies in here. Could you stop your yapping? Please and thank you. Let my air support charge do air support charge things. Thank you. Hey look, we found a candy. It's that way. See, I wasn't crazy. See? I'm not crazy. In this case, at least. Okay, so I had a thought last night about psychology. Hell yeah. So fun, but also why do the cutscenes spin the camera around like a bully in high school? That is a comment. I agree. That sometimes happens like that. Lava into villages or spawn raining coffee. Raining coffee? God, that sounds like a dream. I mean, not for like, you know, the environment or the agriculture or the trout population, but like for me specifically, that sounds like a dream. It would be kind of nice to not be messed up here. It's what the plants crave. I don't think the plants crave caffeine. I crave caffeine. I'm not a plant, but yeah. Yeah, again, super congratulations, Blaze. That's awesome. I'm very, very happy for you. I remember when I got my degree. I remember how nice it was to sort of have it done more than anything else, I'm gonna be honest. The trout population wants coffee. I don't think the trout population wants coffee. Visiting family the last couple of weeks and you have this cafe with a great mocha and croissant, you want more? Yeah, when I was visiting, so Victoria, BC, the city that my mom now lives in, is apparently the per capita the highest amount of independent coffee shops in North America, which is really cool. It also means there's a lot of really good coffee there, and it's all like relatively decent priced for really good coffee. Like, I was shocked at how cheap it was considering the quality. I was like, yes, this is great. Was that part of the reason why I was like, man, I should move to this city? Yes, it was, because I really like good coffee, especially from good little coffee spots. Off to work? No worries, Mystic, you take care. Grant the trout legs? I don't think giving the trout coffee would give them legs. I think it would probably just give them a heart attack. But there is only one way to find out. What was my degree? Hold on. Oh, excuse me. I'm okay. I swear. Human resources and business organizational management, and then with a minor in employment law. Verdugo, what's up? How you doing? The trout would suffocate out of water. Well, listen, we can work on that. We can work on that. That sounds like something that we can solve. We just need to, like, breed trout. We need to just, like, mix the trout DNA with DNA of fish that can breed there. They exist. Hey, look, a candy. Genetically modified trout to breathe coffee. I think that would be really dangerous. These poor trout. I feel like we're getting into, like, some weird trout eugenics now. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, like, it is just trout. But, like, still. Surge Xmas, but Surge Trouts? You know, I don't know if I like that idea either. That sounds terrifying. If I had a bunch of electrified trout flying around the universe, I would be terrified. I think that's a valid fear. Electrified, hyper-caffeinated trout? No thank you. What are the ethics of getting trout addicted to coffee? I don't know, I'm sure Nestle would do it. It's not to say like it's a good ethical thing, but that sounds like something Nestle would try. You think Deadpool Warframe would be funny? But what would a Deadpool Warframe look like? Other than talking to themselves and breaking the fourth wall and saying, you're bad at this game, learn to aim better. I feel like I would just get really personally insulted by a Deadpool frame. Oh, look, another bullet jump. Haha, look at you go, Mr. Speedy Zoom Face. Trouts genetically modified to breathe coffee and bred with electric eels, then given wings by drinking Red Bull. Yeah, I feel like we're just gonna... I feel like this is not gonna go well. For the trout population or for ethics in science. Swords and guns, health tank with infinite regen, that's probably a Deadpool Warframe. Okay, no, you're not wrong. He would have really good health tanking though. If you really think about it, he would be a great health tank. Basically unkillable. Nidus? Is Nidus just Deadpool the Warframe? Now we're talking. Wait a second. Is Nidus just Deadpool with Warframe? If we breed them with electric eels, we won't have to keep throwing car batteries in the ocean. Wait, we're not supposed to be throwing car batteries in the ocean. Hold on, wait a second. We need to talk about this some more. Nidus doesn't talk enough. It's not our fault that... It's not his fault that we can't understand him properly. He's very chatty. He just speaks in a different plane of existence. Nidus lacks the whimsy that Deadpool has. What the hell just happened there? What if the electric eels eat, if not car batteries? I don't think electric eels eat car batteries. What do you mean no car batteries for the fishes? They deserve to be able to drive. I don't think this is a smart idea. Like, I'm usually game for like a lot of really silly things, but I feel like trying to feed car batteries to electric eels is gonna end poorly. For who? I don't know. But it feels like it's not gonna go well. Nida's proto frame should be Deadpool then? See, that one makes sense. I like that idea. Nah, it'll be fine. I don't think so. I think this is like the doctor telling me it'll be fine, and then everything really hurting when they try to put my finger back in the spot when I broke it. So yeah, this is gonna be fine. Like, I think you're lying to me. The fish need to drive. They're called carp anyways. God, that was good, but I hate you. That one was good, but I do hate it. Yeah. Well, that's your fault for having messed up fingers. Well, okay, you're not wrong, but also, like, how dare you? Havast. Really? It's the last one? Alright. Rude. Where the hell are all the tokens? Oh, we already have 6 of 8. So apparently we have more than I thought. I thought we had like 2 for some reason. Do you ever feel like we're Baymax? You're being rescued to these prisoners, and they're just like, what? Oh no, it's not Baymax. It's the robot from. Wow, I really got that wrong. It's the robot from Rogue One. That's wow. I really got that off. Okay, here's an ad break. Enjoy. Isn't God really just a really super sped up electric eating eel? I think he's technically an iguana. Right? Or was that only in the 2000 version of Godzilla? With the guy from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. An iguana that stole all the car batteries? I don't think nuclear weapon testing counts as car batteries. You want a Kamen Rider frame so we can get the Atomic Cycle frame? What would a Kamen Rider frame look like? And when I first read your message, by the way, I know what you're referencing, but in my brain went... Like, my brain went to a Cayman crocodile riding an Atomic Cycle in, like, the Kamen Rider outfit. And that brings me a lot of joy. With enough of them you can? Again, I don't think that works like that. Crew! What's up, homie? How you been, dude? How you been? Crew is a straight up gangster, wonderful, amazing person. Go follow Crew. Please. You must go follow Crew. Just got into Warframe and directing me on my videos? Oh, that's a mistake. Thank you, Crew. Hope you're doing well, bud. Hope things are going a little bit better. The Kamen Rider frame has a 4 that's just a kick and nukes the room when you spam it. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Tented Eagle, how you doing? Freelance jobs been keeping you busy? Oh, good. Good. Glad to hear that. I just got back from vacation, and my allergies have been, like, going wild. I forgot to take my allergy med this morning. That might explain why I'm feeling like poop. Also, today is Friday. It is Friday, my dudes. Oh, no. Wait. Wait, hear me out. You take yours before you sleep? There it is. No, no. Think your allergy meds aren't strong enough anymore? Do you also have bad, like, I know you're on the East Coast too, right? Lizard. Blue, thank you for the biddies. Oh no, more lizards. Oh no. It's begun. Oh no. Yeah, New York. Yeah, because like I'm Toronto, right? So like we kind of get the same environmental BS happening. Oh right, we're on a defense mission. Lizard. Food acquired? Nice. What kind of food you get? It's Flat Fuck Friday. Very specifically. People in cities get allergies too? Oh yeah, all the time. Well, like here, because like Toronto is just like surrounded by like farming communities that are down or upwind from us. So we just end up with like a lot of allergy stuff happening here. For the Basses build, you got bored, so you started farming Coda Liches, and now the Basses is like your favorite shotgun next to this run. Nice! You're also allergic to your cat? Okay, well, but that's worth it. Cats are cute. That's worth it. Cats are wonderful. We love cats. My cat is munching on the treatums right now that you all gave him. Oh my lord, so many lizards, Blue! Wait, what about a degenerate gambler? Wait... Lizard. No? Oh, well, I tried. Only lizards? Ah, I see. We're at that time of the year. I understand. Thank you for the biddies and the support, Blue. I appreciate you. Oh my god, there's another one. Okay, but if he does, you open your pistol ribbons. Why my pistol ribbons specifically? 16. What type of lizard? Literally all of them. Every time that the lizard sound effect happens, it is, in fact, sending different species of lizards to you. Gamba for pistol ribbons? Alright, I can gamba a pistol ribbon or two. Wait, does this mean opening pistol ribbons? Okay, well, hold... Oh, okay. If you're gonna do more than one of those, Blue, hold on to them so that I don't forget. Hold on, if you're gonna do more than those, because like I don't want to like not remember to do it later. I will do it, but like you know me with ADHD, I just want to make sure that you're getting the proper gamba Ren being cute. Okay, there we go, lizard. There we go. Lizard. You have a bearded dragon, if anyone's curious. Not that she's a dragon, but she is ancient for a beardy, so all she does is sleep, wake up, eat, sleep again. See, but that's okay, as long as they're happy. Hail Mary is getting a VR game with the VA of Rocky, so you may be able to grab some proper voice lines. Ooh, that's exciting. Lizard, oh my god. I'm gonna dream of lizards tonight, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Help. By the way, if you were to use your Twitch Prime sub, you would be like probably doing a hype train at like a really high level, so you get yourself some like maybe a goose. Am I pandering for your Bezo bucks? Yes, I am. I am pandering for my Bezo bucks. But you could utilize, this is the opportunity for you to weaponize Blue's love of the lizard. All toasters toast, but what if they don't toast? We are currently experiencing a lizard blizzard. Yeah, there was a lizard wizard who did summon a blizzard of lizard. And I think that is now what we have to define Blue as, is a lizard wizard. Blue, congratulations, you are now a lizard wizard. Hey, Everath for tier 1 sub for 2 months, hell yeah. Where are you? Somewhere in a lizard blizzard. See, it's already at level 2 because of the lizards. See, this is how you game the hype train. You just wait for the lizard blizzard, and then you just jump on the hype train there. This is maximum peak efficiency for funny little emotes. Thank you all for the hype train. If you want in for the oh no. If you want in on the hype train to help support the community, get yourself a cool little emote. Biddies, gifted subs, sound alerts. Anyone got those Bezo bucks? Check your couch cushions. Appreciate y'all. Know the true power of the void. Did that get me up to 30? Yeah! Forma. Yeah! Remember when that would end a political career? Man, what a simpler time. Douche Lord subbed at tier 2. Douche Lord, thank you very much. Oh yeah, that doesn't show up easy with douche in your name. That's so silly. Thank you very much, Douche Lord, for subbing at 2 tier. 2 tier? Yep. I appreciate you. The Tenno. Come to scavenge and desecrate this sacred realm. My brothers, did I not tell of this day? Did I not prophesize? Huh? Now I will stop them. Now I am changed, reborn. Energy of the Yanis key. Bound to the void. Let's go do another defense. Yeah. Down their arms. Baptism of my Yanis key. You're streaking? Hell yeah, Gemini. We'll catch these trespassers. Redemptive power. Yanis key. We'll learn its simple truths. Yeah, I love Lordy. Did they win? Wait, did you do 2? Did I miss that you did 2? Oh no, this is just the end. Okay, this is the end of the first one. I thought I was losing my mind. I'm at this point where I have lost my mind with this, yes. Okay, we're safe. What will look like people in dodging that guy so much for yelling, yeah, during a speech in Texas? I know, right? Oh no, here comes the lizards. They did win Eurovision? I thought that they did. I thought that they did. It was kind of like one of those things that was just like sitting in the back of my brain, like, did Lordy win Eurovision? I couldn't remember. Lizard. Ah! Who snuck in that? Dalen! Rude. Thank you, Dalen, for the biddies. And also, of course, thank you, Blue, for all the delicious bitties, too. Of course. Hiya. Hiya. Hey, get out of here. Hiya. Lizard. Hey, Tazzy, how you doing? We're getting Lizard Blizzard. Ace, you're not... Hold on a second here. What the hell is this? Oh no. Oh no. So many lizards. Wait, what if we like chose a different one instead of lizard? What? My community tortures me with their generosity by making me listen to lizards all day. This is... My lobster is too steaky and my butter too juicy. But you asked for the Gambit to be on hold? Okay, you know what? That's fair. I did corner myself with that one. I'll accept that one. It's better than Vor? It's true. The lizards do just kind of like become background noise. At a certain point. It's just like they're just there. You're not really paying attention to them anymore. They're just like existing in my life. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Oh yeah, amaze, amaze, amaze is right there. Cardi's right. I mean, to be fair, the Lizard Blizzard is at this point kind of hilarious. I wonder if we're gonna beat our like record of lizards here. Does anyone remember what the record of lizards was? I think the record was like 30. Blue for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Blue. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Blue. That's very, very kind. You think close to 40? Is it close to 40 now? What the frig? Oh, I really hope that this gets me another full Forma on the Limbo. That'd be really nice. No, it's like 69. I don't know if it's that much. Has it been that many? Oh my lord, it's just not stopping. That's, I now understand why you did the vor. It was so that you could preload an unstoppable chain of lizards. It now makes sense. That's what you've done. Yeah, now, you... Amaze, amaze, amaze. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Meanwhile, YouTube is just sitting there, enjoying the bliss of not the lizard blizzard. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Don't think I want to visit Canada if they have lizard blizzards. That only happens very rarely. And it's very localized to my own apartment. Oh my lord, guys, there's so many lizards. Soundboard just flashed across YouTube with no sound is funny. Yeah, if you're in Twitch, like, it is non-stop lizards. Oh my lord! So many! Do you got another 4.4k bits for lizards? Oh. I misunderstood your game. I see. I understand. Do we want to like hold the lizards for later on in the day? Like giving the people the break? No? Oh. Okay. Can you get paid in Ruby crossovers for games you play? No, sadly. Drain the lizard? I feel like that is like a sexual innuendo for some reason. Yeah. That's so many lizards! Unusual individual with a tier 1 sub for 3 months. Thank you so much. The lizard is still going? Never repeat that sentence? Yeah, well, I can't help it. Oh my god, please. So, in case you're new around here, hi, I'm Zenosfire. You might be wondering why there is a billion lizards. That's because my community likes to torture me with their generosity, and it'll calm down eventually. So it's like, you know, sit back, relax, it'll be fine. Oh man, I didn't get max rank, damn it. This is why I hate this defense tile, man. Well, it's actually just like, is it crazy to think that Corpus defense tiles give less affinity than, like, other non-Corpus missions? Oh my lord. Like, am I crazy for that? So many lizards! Zero Blood Rose, what's up? NBC TikTok streamer is like, thanks for the lizard. It's true. Chat, can we get 5 gifted for the lizards? Do the lizards need gifts? I mean, like, I don't know. Do the lizards need gifts? It might be the lizards. True. The lizards are now... The lizards are the gifts? I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah. You should put lizard background noise in your shorts so new viewers know what to expect when they decide to go to your stream. I mean, like, at this point, yeah. But they require 10 gifts for the lizards? Oh, no. Corvus literally give affinity, less affinity. That's why a Hydron... Is it, like... I had just always assumed that it was a me thing, or, like, a level of the enemy thing. Like, I didn't know that Corpus as a faction just give less. Oh, my lord! Can we... Can we get a gecko instead of lizards? I think the geckos are lizards. Are they not? Oh my lord. I do have to investigate how many lizards this is at the end of this. So many lizards. Oh my lord, Blue! I just looked at how many biddies you've actually done. That's all mostly in lizards. Hope you saw when you rated J-Chan yesterday. Thanks for being a massive inspiration. Getting in contact, Christian. What happened to? I didn't see that. No, I saw it. I'm sorry, but I'm glad that you pop in to say so. It'll be at 10K. Oh no. Can we get like a break of lizards? Okay. And we got a little bit of break. We'll take it. We'll take what we can. All that's coming out of your left ear is lizard? Yeah, that sounds about right. That's what's happened to me too. Oh, the Discord noise. You think murmur infested give the least? Really? I mean, the murmur I do feel like is a thing. Like I do agree with that. But like I just yeah, that is my brain right now. That is true. That one is true. You looked and you don't even have Discord open? Yeah, that's kind of the give that a hawk to a spit on that tang. Oh. Warframe streamer right here? Yeah, that's kind of what's happening. You missed the dial-up noise? I know, right? Gambler is, but sounds fun. How's everything going? It's going really good. I'm being bombarded and tortured by my community with their generosity, so like... I mean, I love it. It's hilarious. Degenerate gambler means, but it sounds fun. So many ribbons. Yeah, okay, we'll go. Blue has requested pistol ribbons. Is it the community or just Blue? I mean, it's not just Blue. Other people were doing it. Other people were getting in on the silliness. Oh, look, what just dropped. Blue, did you do that specific amount specifically so that you could do that and have the badge? No? Okay, I was just wondering, I'm like, you didn't purposely do that, did you? Because that's hilarious. But also, like, damn. You had no clue how close you were? Well, thank you so much, Blue. And thanks for that hype train, y'all. Sounds fun. Thank you all for that hype train. If you got gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you because that is the right thing to do. And thank you again to Blue, Dalen, Unusual Individual, Douche Lord, Aced, and Envrath for the hype train. Appreciate y'all. Let's start. No, the Discord noise. Am I gonna please? I don't want to go into this survival with like only one level. I don't want to go into the survival with only one level left needed. Please. Please, game. Please. What are we doing? Just doing our dailies at the moment. 5 gambas? Perfect. Let's do it. Tried logging in your PC again and it's just loading forever? Yeah, I mean, maybe this, what happened yesterday. Oh, survival? Oh yeah, we're doing a survival after, which is another one of our dailies. So I was hoping to have, like, max rank before going into that survival. So that I could form a... Ah, that one really got me, Dalen. Yeah, that one got me real bad. That was a sneaky one. That was almost as good as the JP FBI stray that we catch every once in a while. That guy does have just like perfect timing for that. I won't lie. Everything shorts related is frustrating. How do you do this? Well, I'm not going to be doing it anymore. But I understand your pain because I live it every day. I understand. Gonna make pants? No, I'm gonna make skirts. I'm gonna embrace the skirt lifestyle. We don't have all 8, so you might be able to get another level. No, it's alright. Well, it's alright. I'll just accept my fate. Huh, that's weird. Hey, chat, can you do me a favor? As gonna sound like a really, really weird thing. So I do this every once in a while, just sort of like while I'm streaming, because this pops up here on the management panel. Wait, now it's not doing it. Okay, never mind, I lied. For some reason, it would be something any other day. It's true. For some reason, Warframe was all in lowercase there. For like, I don't know why. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. I know that we normally don't do the other factions, but today we're gonna do one of the other factions, but only one of them, so that I can get it before we do the survival. All right. Sound good? Good. Again, thank you very much, Blue and Ace and Dalen and Unusual Individual and Everath and Douche Lord, everybody for that hype train. It was that's incredibly, outrageously generous of all of you. So thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Should have a blessing for this? Shit, you're right. You do be right. If I had a blessing, I would have had all of this. I forgot. Oh well. Probably close to 60. We will investigate. Disco Elysium. You know, I never actually tried Disco Elysium. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Ooh. Do we restart after blessing? No, we'll just finish it. We're not gonna go do a blessing. We'll be fine. All shall be well. But yeah, Flynn, shorts are frustrating. Bah. 58 lizards? You have re-exported something 4 times? Wait, why? Oh, well, that is... because I don't think anyone else was doing lizards, so I think that is all from just today. Real devs got screwed over by the publisher? Oh, really? That's unfortunate. What the frig? It's gonna be a roller coaster of emotions. Well, yeah, no, but we were. It wasn't blues lizards that I was interested in. I was like interested in the maximum amounts of lizards. I was more interested in the total lizard sum than the individual lizarding, if that makes sense. Because it's like, all of you are incredible. Forgot to bake subtitles, accidentally made it too long. Yeah. Flynn, I will say that the problem that I was mentioning earlier does, like, well, yeah, it was literally years ago, is not as bad as it was, but I will say that the duration is still a, shorter, better, but less bad than it used to be. So, like, I don't micromanage that anymore. I just don't care. Do you think you'll still do short form content on other platforms? The thing is that just like on a financial sense, it doesn't make sense for like the time investment. I'll explain it all once we're back from this ad break here, and I'll explain it just for people who are interested. So we'll be back in a hot second here. I saw a short form. Yeah, we'll be chatting about that a little bit here. Warframe has banned your account for 10 years because someone else was being racist to you in chat. Now you're depressed. Well, if that's the case, make sure to reach out to support. Sometimes mistakes do happen, and they are usually pretty good about getting that sorted out. So just make sure to reach out to support on the website. And for the record, if it said 2035, just to give you some more reference point, that means a lifetime ban, because that is an integer limit in within the systems. Just like how with Valve, you get banned until 2035, that means a lifetime ban. So just keep it in mind that you need to reach out to support for that one. Warframe support's usually typically quite helpful. Yeah, and like mistakes do happen sometimes with like stuff like that, and like, you know, so just make sure that you reach out. D&D's calling. Hell yeah, man. I hope you have a really fun time at D&D. I hope you have yourself a wonderful time. Toodles Bay. World's gonna implode when the clock's hit 2035. I mean, like, theoretically. 2039? I have not heard anything about those. I've never really been a huge, like, participant in the Metro series, but I do know that people really love it. Well, I really hope that I get level 30. Enemies. Enemies. Enemies, well, you. Great things about Metro. You have to try any other games. I have heard, like, people really enjoy the series. It's just, I've never checked them out personally. Oh, that reminds you, you got Pathfinder next Wednesday? Ooh, Pathfinder. We might be doing Starfinder with, Ken on Sunday. A special Sunday stream. I won't be streaming it. I'll just be hanging and being a player. But, Ken's doing, if Ken reaches a, donation goal, we'll be playing Starfinder, which is like the sci-fi version of Pathfinder. PC and console. Describe the difference between PC and console. Only really on console. Appreciate the other side. A lot of things inside of the game are, at least for me, easier to use on PC. Because like just trading is simpler because you can type, and like grouping and things like that. Depending on sort of your personal preferences for like movement style, you can still use a controller on PC. So like if you want to be doing PC for whatever reason, but then like use your controller like that, like the PC controller support is quite good. So like if you don't like the idea of mouse and keyboard, it does work really well. The one thing that I would say is getting used to the movement on PC can be a bit of a learning curve because you're constantly hitting shift and control for bullet jumping. So definitely keep that in mind. Because like you have to, like your hand is just in like a position that most people are not used to when they're playing video games. So like I know a lot of people who make the shift from PC to console complain about Warframe because of sort of the hand positioning that you have to take. But you can also customize your controls completely. So you can of course just like shift things up. You shift and control on PC? Yeah, control for couch, shift for dodge. We have all four here. There we go. That was weird. You have a friend who uses quick melee bound to right stick. It's so cursed. That one seems a little bit weird, yeah. But I will say that PC does work incredibly well with controller. I have a lot of I know of a lot of people who play on PC but use their controller and they really enjoy it. So like if you don't like the mouse and keyboard but you want to be using the PC for like other conveniences inside of the game, then you can use your controller and then like just put the controller down to type if you need to. Like Salmonator, who's another Warframe content creator, does that. And it's kind of the way he likes to play. With at least 2 thumb button? Yeah, I do agree. Hey Green, how you doing? Like a mouse that has two side thumb buttons is actually really nice for it. Like I bound heavy attack to one button and I bound going into operator to the other. You do believe chat must be a lot easier on PC? Oh yeah, of course, because you know doing the stupid console typing is awful. It is much better. Crouch on shift so that you can bullet jump more easily. Stop using control in game because it messes with your hands pretty bad after a while. Yeah, see for me like I just shift my whole keyboard over and it helps with that. And like I've just kind of like my hands just like that's the position I'm playing in. But I shift the whole keyboard over to help with that a bit. Okay, let's go do that survival. No, wait, hold on. Don't accept that. Also, the other thing to say about PC, because consoles get bonus platinum, PC gets discounted platinum. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Well, if you're playing on Steam, you get discount platinum rather than bonus platinum. Right? So like if you're playing on console, and I think Epic also now has the bonus platinum side, it is you get like a multiplier to the amount of platinum that you buy, so you get up to like 150% of what you buy. But on console, yeah, that's the other thing, Ace. On console, you can buy Tenogen for platinum. On PC, you have to pay IRL currency for Tenogen, but you get platinum at a discounted price. What is better value is the same with bonus and discount. It's about the same rates. They made it so that it would be like, obviously on console it would be a higher initial cost, right? But it equals out to being about the same, like, dollar to platinum value, if that makes sense. Back in time, you had to hold shift to run, learn how to hold shift. Yeah, that was another thing too. I think like that's, I actually, you know what, now that I've said that, I actually don't know if that is how it functions properly, like fully. Oh my lord, that is an awful idea. I love it. So I think like it's like long term equals out to being the same like dollar to platinum value, and I think that it's set up to be that way so that it kind of just makes sense and that people don't get like segmented off. But it's just because of licensing stuff on consoles and stuff like that that it means that they have to do it that way. And for Epic, it was because of an exploit. There was like some weird exploit with the platinum discount thing on Epic. Is the reason why they had to shift it from percentage or discount off. Do creators of Tenogen still get a cut from their sales? Yeah, it's just a licensing agreement to my knowledge. So whereas on Steam it's like a direct amount, I think if I remember correctly on console it's a licensing agreement, and that's part of the reason why it doesn't transfer over to other platforms if you buy it on console. I think is the whole shtick with that, if I remember correctly. Don't want to pay for it twice. Yeah, and that's kind of like a problem. And also not all Tenogen is on mobile because of said licensing stuff. And it's just like one of those frustrating things. Do Warframe content creators get codes to support creators when they purchase item or plat? I think that there's like a reference, like a referral thing, but I think that's like for any player. I don't think it's like Warframe content creator specific. And like, if I remember correctly, it's if you use the code when you make your account, and then you buy platinum, the person whose friend code that you use get like a cut of the platinum? I think is how it works. I could be talking out of my butt. 10% on the first purchase. Flynn knows these things. Flynn's a smart person. Flynn is, after all, Reb's son, as we all know. Crack skin for Excal, but not on others on mobile. Yeah, that's just like a licensing thing, I think, if I remember correctly. Man, I love this song. You think Warframe content creators should get support codes? I mean, like, listen, I won't lie, I'm gonna say yes, but that is completely self-serving because more money, more happy. So, like, I wouldn't say no to that happening, but I also kind of understand the reason why, is that the Warframe content creator program is not a monetary agreement. And there might be concerns of that becoming and going into the direction of a monetary agreement for, like, a bunch of legal reasons. So, like, sponsorships, and like, having to say that branded content on videos and whatnot. So, like, I understand the reason why they don't go about it, but also, I mean, I wouldn't say no. Like, don't get me wrong. I would not say no, but also, I understand the reason why they don't do it. Because the Warframe content creator program is at its heart not supposed to be a monetary agreement between the creators and the developers. Moth? I don't know if I got it or not. Unrelated, fingers are screwed. They're putting the Camilla track in Unbeatable again. Also unrelated. Okay. Warframe had a creator code like Call of Duty does. I mean, yeah, I would be super down for that, and like, I hope that they go that direction one day. But like, and I think that they should go that direction, but again, that is a self-serving opinion. And I recognize that I'm incredibly biased in that way. Did we get all 8 or am I losing my mind? We're missing one. Like, I do recognize that, like, my opinions of, like, things like that will be biased. Like, but I also would love for that to happen. Will moving away from shorts due to money affect you being in the Warframe creator program? No, not at all. No. No. I'm a part of the creator program. I mean, like, yeah, my shorts got, like, are part of that reason, but I'll still be making videos. Oh yeah, we're going back to talking about the shorts thing. I said that we would talk about that. So YouTube is changing its monetization requirements to keep monetization on YouTube to a point that it will no longer be financially viable for me to spend time on shorts. The reason why is YouTube Shorts basically pays for everything else. For making shorts. TikTok does not pay Canadian content creators. Instagram does not pay creators, period, in that way. And Facebook does not pay enough in that way either. So just like on a time investment to output sort of evaluation, it is unfortunately not viable for me to continue making shorts once this change goes into effect in February. So I will be coming September, October, I will be transitioning away from that. It's basically unsustainable for the amount of views you need, at least inside of Warframe, right? I don't know of a single Warframe creator who makes shorts who will reach that monetization requirement, like the view requirement for monetization. I don't know of a single one. You guess more sponsors? Yeah, but at that point also, it's like, you know, shorts don't get a ton of sponsorships for gaming stuff. So it's not in a direction that is viable, sadly. 6 more levels? Yeah, it's alright. We got the missions done, that's what matters. If you have not done it, you don't think anyone will? Aren't you the most viewed shorts creator? I think J-Chan is the most, it's either J-Chan or Senator Doggo are the most viewed shorts creators. From like a build crafting side, I think, like if we were to like split it off into like sections, from like a build crafting side shorts creator, I think I'm the largest. From a more discussion or like variety shorts creator in Warframe, it's Jay Chan or Senator Dongo, and I don't think any of us reach the numbers needed, which is really unfortunate. But I mean, I'm still gonna be fine. I'm not concerned about me. Are you thinking 2 or 3 skirts a week? I was hoping to do 2 a week, but I think realistically it'll be 1 a week for the start, as I just sort of refine the process and find the everything, like find my footing in long form creating a little bit better. So I'm not concerned. It's just a change in my business, is all it is. Like I'll be fine. It's an annoying situation more than anything else for me. Sabbath Silence, build, Fury Crepuscular. You'll be RB, grab some food? No worries. We'll see you in a bit. I would say, do you need Narrow-Minded on here? Do you need this high of a duration on Ash Sabbath Silence build? I feel like you don't need this much duration on this build. Although I also understand that having this much duration on this build is nice for comfort. Right? It just makes like that and that a little bit easier. Obex, Fury, Blood Viral, yeah. Season Jan's silence becomes recastable after work? Yeah, that's also too, yeah. I feel like I personally wouldn't run Narrow-Minded. But like maybe replace and like just go for the 145 range and then replace this with like Augur Message instead. But anyway, we'll continue along here. Spoiled Strike, Pressure Point, Covert Lethality. Last time you played was in Rhinos Deluxe. Holy smokes, that was so long ago, Buzz. Welcome back. Or do you mean Rhino Heirloom? Because that was relatively recent. You don't run Narrow-Minded either? Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit high duration for the build, but we'll get to the other build as we go along here first. Well, let's just sort of work down the line here. Magnetic Heat, yeah, it should be fine. Covert Lethality, Finishing Touch, Primed Fury. Yeah, that looks good to me. Nothing really saying massive here. You are running Crescendo. So, like, you could try to, like, force the crit chance more by going Blood Rush instead of Spoiled Strike, but that's kind of on you if you want to go that route. You know what I mean? Because you are running Crescendo, so you're always going to have the 440, but 440 of 5% is still really low. So, like, I don't think I would really... Like, when I play Ashe, I don't go into crits at all on this build, unless you're going, like, Avenger, which I don't think you had Avenger on your build. You had Fury and Crepuscular. Maybe switch out Fury for Avenger. Maybe. Concentration, Crepuscular. Okay, so this is locking in the more duration. Yeah, I think I like this one better here. I'll look at your early build. Yeah, just send it over. I'll take a look. The only thing I would say here is if you aren't using a status cleansing companion, aka the Worm, maybe switching out Catalyzing Shields for Rolling Guard. That's kind of the only thing. Right? Right? Just like a status cleanse, because you're mainly going to be surviving through your smoke screen. And then the shield gate for like most of the damage and the status cleanse for like any random toxin procs you get. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the only thing I would really say there. As like a point of comment. But I do like this. I like this. Personally, I like this Ashe build better. The only thing is catalyzing shields. Concentration, Crepuscular. So you're locking in the extra duration because I assume you just like duration, and I get it. I get that. Comfort, right? Like duration is a comfort stat most of the time. All right. I'm running this ad break a little bit early, mainly because I'm gonna pee myself if I don't. So we're just going to this ad break now, and I'm gonna go feed my cat. So I'll be back in a bit. Review yours? Yeah, send it over. Verdugo. My in-game name is right there for you. Okay, we'll be back in a few seconds here, everybody. Just gotta run an ad break, feed the cat, run to the washroom. So see you in a minute. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. Oh, I forgot to grab my coffee. Hello. I'm here. How's it going? Hamsters originated in Syria. Huh. Interesting. LeBron, you're Urelli. Energized velocities. This is for your secondary fire rate. Surging blades. I'm not a big fan of surging blades, but I do know that it can do some really interesting things. Like, I know that it can actually do, like, a lot of damage. But, like, that's a me thing. I'm not, like, a huge fan of it. Umbral Vitality. Yeah, Mars Hatred. I don't know if I would go on Mars Hatred here. So, armor shards will transfer armor to Murlarina, giving Murlarina damage reduction. So, if I were you, I would probably get off of this one here, and, like, more strength would not be a bad life choice. Or you could go into one of the augments for Murlarina would also be pretty good here, too. Both Loyal Murlarina and Murlarina Guardian would work on this build. Either direction. Depending on how your personal preferences with it. But that's kind of the only thing I would really say. Dual Core to Toxica. Secondary Merciless, Hornet Strike. So, this is a very heavily status-inclined weapon. I would probably look at Galvanized Shot here. I would drop this. Almost certainly. I would so, you've got 1, 2, 3 with your Arcane being Merciless, 4 sources of neutral damage. I would probably say don't. You're going a little bit too hard on this. Like, I would drop this guy, I would drop this guy, and maybe look at dropping secondary Merciless as well for something else. I find the dual Core Toxica does really, really well with secondary Enervate because it does have a 2.4 crit damage, but only 25% crit chance. So I would definitely recommend getting Galvanized Shot on here because it is a very good status-based weapon. You've got 4 status effects here, plus the cold that this unique trait spits out for 5 status effects. So I would look at dropping Augur Pact for Galvanized Shot, personally. I would drop secondary Merciless for Enervate, and then I would drop this for crit damage. That would be my personal recommendations. And then also, maybe go into... Well, you do have pistol ammo mutation here, so you can transfer this this polarity over, and then save yourself some mod capacity there. Or transfer it down here, and save your mod capacity out here. And then go with 60-60 Toxin, just to boost up the status chance a bit more. So that you get the gas and electric applying more frequently. That'd be my recommendations. Ultimately, if you don't want to do that, I totally get it. But that'd be what I would do there. Who are you again? Verdugo! Hot Shot, Multi-Augmented, Archon Vitality, Archon Intensify, Stretch, Equilibrium. Yeah, nothing to say here. The only thing I would say is I tend to put Equilibrium into the purple shards, if you have purple shards. Purple Archon shards, one of their traits is a watered down Equilibrium, and that just frees up a mod slot. The way that I always look at sort of priorities, generally, this is not an always thing. Mods are the most important. Arcanes are the second most important, with shards being like that. And if you can move things down this line, typically speaking, I try to move things down this line, right? So Equilibrium is a really, really good opportunity to free up a mod slot for you. And at that point, you could go into more range, you could go into more strength instead of Equilibrium here. Just as an idea there for you. I think the rest of your build makes a ton of sense here without knowing what your shards are, and if you have access to those shards. But there's nothing here that's odd. No, it's a very good build. Yeah. But moving Equilibrium down the line of priority sequence might not be a bad choice, which then you could go into more strength here, which is what I would probably do. Because having really high strength on Uriel is very useful. It increases Katanak's chain stuff, and the slow that it does increases the amount of health and energy orbs that Golfagor will spawn, increases the damage vulnerability that this puts out, and increases this damage, of course, which is very good damage, especially with Archon Vitality applying 2 heat effects rather than 1. So that's kind of the only thing I would say is maybe Equilibrium shift down the line. But I think that you have what you have there is actually a very strong build. This looks like a really pretty Dante. Dozens. This is very pretty. I love this, actually. Very, very well done. Your Rhino. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Riaz, static core, work in progress. Thanks for the review. Use 4 Crimson Shards to pretty much ignore the minus 60% strength, so basically get range without strength loss and 1 Tau Amber for casting speed. You don't have purple shards unlocked yet? Okay, so like then that's just a future thing to think about. Your build is very, very good the way that it is. Like, what I would do is I would replace 1 to 2 of those Crimson Shards with Equilibrium Shards when you eventually get to that point. I run 1. Like, I run 1 Equilibrium Shard on Uriel, and I find that to be more than enough. But what you have there is very solid. Like, you don't need to do any of that. The only other thing I would say maybe on that build... Sorry, let me go back a little bit. I've closed your build. Kamisado is not a bad choice. Because Golfagor and Katanak will activate Kamisado, and just having the little bit of extra movement speed on the companion, like on his passive minions, can actually be really nice. So then what you do is you let them do their thing to charge it up before you cast your 1 and before you cast your 4, right? And because you're not going to be casting like super frequently unless you're spamming your 3rd ability, which is totally fair, I get it. The 3rd ability is very good for spamming. You don't necessarily need to be spamming as massively frequently. Scarbio, you love my shorts? Well, thanks. I appreciate you. So that's the only thing that you can think about. Like, it's not necessary to use Kamisado. I just find that the extra utility of making the companions move a little bit faster is a good idea. You trust all my builds? Well, one thing I would always recommend with any of my builds is always to take the build and make it your own. Do something fun and cool with it. Riaz, what do you think about your last mod slot here? I have an idea, but what do you think? What do you think you're thinking about here? Unsure? Can I make a recommendation? Well, you sent it to me, so of course your recommendation is fine. So maybe Aptitude. It's largely an AoE weapon. I probably won't go into Aptitude or Galvanized Shot because it's a pistol. I assume that's what you mean. I would look at Secondary Enervate on here. Right, you currently have right, you got Creeping Bullseye, but it's only got a 14% crit chance. Right? So like maybe going into Enervate to fuel the crits and then go into like Target Cracker on here for the boost up the crit damage even further might be not a bad choice. Because with a 14% crit chance and Creeping Bullseye, having only a 42% crit chance feels like you could be getting more out of your critical damage. Just as an idea. I don't know if that's the direction that you'd want to take it in, but just sort of a thought that you might want to think about. You do also have a V polarity on your Exilus slot currently, so you could transfer that over to save yourself some mod capacity as well. Enervate's your favorite arcane? Yeah, Enervate's very, very strong. Yeah. Zoes, Orion. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Probably gonna make a hybrid. Okay, totally fair. Yeah, I hear you. Ooh, that looks really good too. But you got the Frost Signa, so it means it's a terrible fashion. Volt config. Compressor with Enervate. Yeah, Compressor with Enervate's really good, especially if you put Blast on it. Because Blast does count as weapon hits and will trigger Enervate. Okay, so one thing I would say here is that you are kind of... looks like you might be running into some survivability problems here with this build. If you have it, Augur Secrets, I would recommend using instead of Augur Reach. The reason why is you don't really need range if you're playing a melee platform build, right? You kind of just want a bunch of strength. So I would drop this for Augur Secrets if you have it. Same with this, I would look at dropping it for Augur Message for higher duration. So you'd still get 2 set Augur bonus, but then you would be getting a little bit more of the usable stat, like the more important stats on here are the only 2 things I would say. Another thing that you could look at is Rolling Guard, right? You don't have a status cleanse on here. You do have some good shield values. And you do have, of course, Electric Shield, which will give you really good survivability. So a status cleanse for like the random toxin procs or the random status procs that could kind of mess you up. Playing a shield gating build might not be a bad life choice if you have access to Rolling Guard. And you can, because you are playing a Wrathful Advanced build, meaning that you're definitely going into melee, so your pistol's kind of free for some options for you. You could run 2 auger mods on your pistols to increase the casting to create shields gameplay loop. And you do have multiple abilities that you can spam in order to get your shields back up. So long story short, I would go Augur Secrets here if you have it. I would go Rolling Guard here if you have it. Prime and Umbral when you can. Otherwise, the build looks good. You could also think about Archon Stretch if you're looking for range, because that's free energy there as well. You do have Energize here and Equilibrium, and once you get your Energize maxed out, you probably could drop Equilibrium, realistically speaking, or just use 1 Equilibrium shard for whatever health orbs do spawn, give you free energy. And then at that point, then you'd be looking at, like, maybe Aegis for better shield generation and survivability. That's kind of the only thing I would say there. Cool fashion, though. Actually, really neat. I like that a lot. Sculptor on Volt Shield. Yeah, but you're, like, it's... Energy is not really that big of a deal, and if you're doing shield gating, you don't necessarily want to use Sculptor, right? Because you want to have that low efficiency, so for the shield gating to kick in to a higher value. Because it's based off the energy you use. Okay, I need to free up some arcane, some Riven slots here. Let me see what I have extras of. Got 2 Psycrons here, so we can get rid of a Psychron. Epitaph, Encos, Exergius. This is a Riven that I'm very interested in with the new system. I'm going to be rolling that one later. The new system, I think, is going to really benefit that weapon. For Rivens wise. Hystrix, Cormax, Compressa, Corm, Kraken, Comac, Kua Sheldag, Laser Rifle. Did I have 2 Hystrixes there? I thought I was losing my mind. You're right, I do. See, this is another weapon that I think the new Riven system is really going to benefit. I think the status weapons are the weapons that are going to be getting the biggest benefits. Based off of the information that we have currently, the status weapons are really going to be getting huge improvements with this. You know what? I will never use a Marilock, and I do have 2 of these, so we'll do that there. Hey, look, a pistol ribbon. Pistol ribbon. Confirm. Reveal, unveiling. Confirm. Coda Pathicist. The Coda Pathicist is the melee, right? Wow, if only I had this earlier today. If only I knew now what I knew then, right? No, well. Euphona's not a great weapon, so that one's not really something that I'm majorly interested in. The Euphona has some major issues. No, I don't feel like doing that. Epitaph Ribbon. Okay, the Epitaph Ribbon could actually be pretty solid. How do I have so many Rivens? Because I don't really do anything with Rivens currently, which is part of the reason why I'm, am excited for Riven changes. I don't do anything with them. And because I don't do anything with them, I just kind of like stockpile them. Dual Sestra, not a great weapon, but could be an interesting go for. Where are we at? We are at 1 left space. Would Coda Pathicist Riven sell good if it had a god roll or something close to it? You gotta remember that Riven god rolls are gonna be drastically changing with this next update. So, Bronco. This is actually, the Bronco does have an Incarnate, so this actually could be, and that's actually a decent roll for the Bronco. On its own. That might not be a roll. That's actually, pretty solid. Because this is more crit chance, Toxin, and then replaces like a Hornet Strike. So actually, that's on its own, like a no-roll Riven. That's, even without the new system, that's very good. Limbo, I don't know enough about Limbo, Scorpio, to really give you a recommendation. I'm just throwing a bunch of Forma into my Limbo because of a community challenge. Yeah, that Bronco Riven's actually really solid. I'm going to fuse this Bronco Riven so that I know not to sell it on myself. You don't know much about it? I do have 2 shorts on the channel going over it. Both the positive and the things that I'm concerned about. which you can, of course, go check out there. Yeah, I do have 2 Broncos. Yeah, but I wanted to fuse the one that I think I'm going to be keeping, because this is actually really solid here. What was the other one that you said? Epitaph, I believe. Aren't some the same, but now harder to get with more values? It's a thing. I mean, like, that's actually a halfway decent Riven already at the start, so we'll go with that one there. I do have 2 Aphona Rivens, so I will get rid of the new one that I just rolled here. Let's scroll down this way, see if there's anything here that I think I can get rid of. The Zymos I'll keep for now because one of these days I will eventually listen to Aced and try out the Zymos and try to make it something I enjoy. Vassalok, I don't think I care about. Twin Vipers, I don't think I care about. Twin Baslock, Twin Grakadas, Twin Gremlins, Tonkor. I do have 2 Tonkor Rivens, so we could get rid of one of these here. We did get another Pistol Riven. So let's see what we got here. Interception mission, I just don't feel like doing that. I do have a bunch of spares things. So Cestor does have an Incarnate, so that actually could be pretty interesting to roll. To see what we get with that. Hey bad boy, I do. What you up to? 11 enemies sliding without taking damage. You know, I just don't feel like really unlocking Rivens the right way today, so I'm just gonna do it this way. The Quantz is actually an interesting weapon, and that already is Blast right there, so that is actually pretty solid, so we will keep that. The Quantz could be an interesting weapon for certain, and getting Blast right away for the new Riven system is going to be good. So we will keep that one, and I can see some potential there. Syndicate medallions. Hey, look, we already have that challenge. Bye. Again, another Quantz. This will be a fuse Quantz Riven. I do not need 2, and the other one that I had was better, with in mind of the new Riven system coming. Oh, you know what? This is actually pretty easy. This is one I will go unlock properly, because this is one that a lot of people don't know how easy this one is to do. So this is a good opportunity also just to show people how easy that challenge is. What's my favorite weapon of all time? I mean, currently my favorite weapon is most certainly not a rook. You're the Vinkobiz. You got to know my channel because the Vinkobiz gas short. Ooh, very good. Let's grab the boy. Because the boy means that I will not be affected by a status effect. Let me just double check the unlocking condition here. Floor Dwargans in flight using a bow without getting afflicted by a status effect, so Neja does fit this build perfectly. Now for those of you who don't know, this Riven is actually super easy to unlock once you have the Kuva Fortress unlocked. And it is by going here to the Assault core row. And the reason why you want to do it here is in the first second, well, in the first stage of this mission, when you are blasting the door open, Dwargans do spawn quite regularly and quite a good number. I just dropped the thing in the hole. Is that a place I can grab it from? No. Are you spawning it in a place where I can grab it from? Good, thank you. I am now lost in the mines. So you can, what about Varuna? What do you mean by Varuna? Oh, Varuna? Yeah, Varuna would also be good for this, because of course she has status immunity. I just like using Neja, because Neja is my favorite frame. But right now, my favorite weapon is definitely the Ballistica. The Ballistica has always been an interesting weapon to me, but it just never really was that good. So see, Dwargans spawn quite frequently here, and you bring the Nadaruk, because the Nadaruk has like infinite punch through. So you can shoot through these random pieces of terrain here to well, sorry, it hits some of the terrain. And you don't need to finish the mission either with Riven challenges. You can just exit out once you get the challenge done. So this is a very good, easy way to get that type of Riven challenge. The more you know. Oh, and Dyson, you did ask earlier if I would turn stream clips. Hey, look, another Zymos Riven. Stream clips into shorts. That's certainly a possibility. I'm sadly just not confident enough in making that happen because of platinum hits. How you do? Because of just like I don't see the moments in a stream that are clippable in that way. If it didn't body punch through, yeah, that was my what I was trying to say was the asteroids that are floating around at the sides, you can hit with the Nadruk, hit through those. It's not everything in the mission, but from what I remember, that's the case. Can I buy more capacity? Am I at max? I am at max. Okay. Do you know how long an average Riven doesn't change from 1 to new weapons? So Riven disposition changes on a few factors based off your, we do have 2 Zymos Rivens here. I am actually going to keep this Zymos Riven because this Zymos Riven has double faction mods, and I'm interested when the patch hits, what these will be doing here. And Evan, for what it's worth, I actually don't know if what I said was 100% true, but at least that is my personal anecdote towards that with the asteroids. So I could be wrong on that, but I still like to go with the Nadruk because it's very easy to use, for that. I do have 2 Tazakors. So we probably don't need 2. This one is very good because this is both corrosive and viral options here with the new system. So we will get rid of this one instead. I have been watching a lot of... Oh, that's a free blast ribbon. And this is a free viral ribbon. So you know what? This one I think is more valuable because the Cerberus already has blast in its incarnate form. So going further into blast, I don't think I'm going to do. But I might actually keep both of these because we don't know yet how the blast on a mod is going to affect the blast damage equation, because the gas damage equation takes modded value of gas damage into account, but there's only one instance of that being the whatchamacallit, being the, oh, where's my brain, leaded gas. There's only one instance of that, so I don't know if blast damage itself is going to be in the situation or not, if that's going to be adding into the equation for the blast dot damage. So I will actually keep this because this is a perfect opportunity for me to test that for when that comes out. Let's see. I've been watching a lot of Potato McWhiskey the last few weeks. So I am noticing that a decent chunk of my it is really rubbing off on me today with the explaining of what I'm doing. And hopefully that's not bothering everybody because it's usually not something that I do here. But I kind of liked that vibe of explaining thought processes much more. So I'm kind of just gonna lean into it a bit for the next little while to see how that plays out. I actually do have, believe it or not, 3 Cerberus ribbons, so I will keep this one. This one is free viral and multi-shot, which is really tasty. This one is blast. The weapon recoil doesn't really matter, but at least it gives us blast so that we can do the test. So this Cerberus ribbon can go away. That did give me a companion ribbon of all things. Just got Uriel and want to build him as a gun runner. What guns would be good with him? MR14. Specifically, without a question of a doubt, the best weapon to use with Uriel is the Sobek with acid shells. If you don't have the Sobek with acid shells, any high crit chance or crit damage weapon is very good on him because he can utilize Hurricane Hotshot. You may not have that yet, but later on you will. So I will actually open up this companion ribbon here. Maybe we'll get something interesting. It's a Moltron. That's unfortunate. So, Uriel's runes that he picks up does... Also, hey, Graham, how you doing? Sorry. Just kind of hyper ADHD focused in there for a minute. Complete a defense mission. Yeah, that one I will never do. It's just finicky as hell. The High Q actually is an interesting weapon, and on the own, this is actually a very decent roll. Because it is a free 60-60 with more multi-shot, which is not a bad thing on this weapon. It is a status-based weapon, and does have a very fast reload speed, so this minus reload speed's not that bad, and then of course we can augment that with other things down the line. So on a baseline, that's actually a really solid roll. Because it's just replaces a 60-60 and gives you more multi-shot, and more multi-shot is more good, and electricity is a very good stats effect on its own. And as a combine into, you know, like, corrosive, if I feel like it. Killing blow on 4 sentience. How many more of these do I have? 4 cent. Yeah, I'm lazy. Another Euphona ribbon, unfortunately. That's sad times was had by all. Sad times was had by all. So what we actually did get some really. Oh yeah, that one's an annoying one too. I just don't feel like doing it. It's not hard to do. It's just it bothers me. Now the Onos is actually an incredible weapon. This might actually be a really good opportunity for me to get the Onos fully finished and undone, unlocked and everything, because this could actually be really good here. Best place to farm sentient kills is actually going into Archon hunts if you have it unlocked. Archon hunts will spawn a bunch of sentients in it. Otherwise, Lua, the Conjunction Survival, sentient spawn in there. And I believe that the amalgams here on Jupiter also count. So, but I could be wrong on that one. I'm not 100% certain. I do have to run a quick ad break, so we'll be right back. You're good? How am I? It's all good? Yeah, no, I'm doing well. Just, you know, we vibing. We vibing. Does this mean you're free from staring at your list looking for doubles? Oh, well, I mean, I appreciate the assistance. But, I think we'll leave it there for the moment. Can you sort by recent? You can sort by recent. So I do want to see what we got there. We did get 2 Afona ribbons, and the Afona is a sad weapon, so I will not really be caring about that existence at all. The Quats, we did get 2 Quats, and this one is the better Quats, because it has 2 double faction mods as well as Blast. So depending on what factions do into each other, could be an interesting thing. Fona? I mean, yeah, if you want to. Oh man. Just gets it out of my inventory. You'll pay for it? You don't need to pay for it, you can just have it. If it's something I'm just gonna dissolve, it's like, it doesn't really matter, it just frees up some space for me, which is nice. I don't usually like to like just offload ribbons like this, but I'm just happy to give it. It doesn't matter to me. 2 Zars, yeah, I think I got one of the Zars, but I don't think I got both of the Tigers there. Could the Kuvanukor go well with Uriel as well? I mean, absolutely, yeah. The only thing with the Kuvanukor is then you won't be going into like Arcane Hotshot, which is perfectly fine. It's very good without Arcane Hotshot. EU. Oh, it's not loading. Here we are. Did you also want the Twin Viper? Riaz, I saw that earlier. If you want it, you can have it. I'm probably not going to be using this thing, so you can have it if you'd like. Anything you don't want? Yeah, you can just have those 2. I don't know about anything else because I do have some transmuters, so some trash ribbons are not a bad thing for me. But I might as well free up a little bit of space. Peak Payless, thanks, Alter. I appreciate you. Why do I have 2 of these types of notifications here in my Twitch? It's just random stuff. Random stuff, not important stuff, just random stuff. Do you have any good platform? There is a number of really good and easy platforms out there. I mean, ultimately, just the classics of like, relic sets, selling actual relics, like prime sets is what I mean by that. Selling actual relics, farming arcanes. You know, if you've got, like, if you're in the steel path yet, there is, you can trade duplicates of stuff and turn it into Vosper and then roll for Riven, roll for arcanes using Lloyd's, Uncle Lloyd's, Vosper trading system. And then roll into like Duveri Arcanes. Duveri Arcanes are, they go for quite a lot because people don't want to farm them. People don't want to farm Duveri at all. So that is a potential for you there. The other one that I would say that is surprisingly good is Alchemy Missions, because Alchemy Missions, if you're at Steel Path, this is all under the assumption of that you're in the Steel Path area, just as like a heads up. Tennokai mods, most of them except for Truth Flame, comes from Alchemy Missions. Alchemy is a Steel Path Omnia Fisher. So if you, you can sort of like do a triple farm in that way, right? So Steel Path, so Steel Essences, and Steel Essences you can use to sort of help fund Platinum stuff, right? Turn into relics, and then the relics turns into Platinum by opening them up. Or Kuva, which then Kuva, of course, you can roll Rivens if you feel like going down that route. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not great. But it is, and having Steel Essences is not a bad thing just for your overall gameplay. These Tennokai mods is another thing that you sell. Like this one here sells for like 40 Platinum. Disciples Merit. Disciplines Merit. Disciplines Merit sells for like 70 to 80 Platinum. So this is a very, very good farm for that as well. And then of course, if it's an Omni Fissure, because you should be doing it as an Omni Fissure, always would recommend doing it as an Omni Fissure. Then you would also be able to open up relics. And otherwise, like another good source is the Corrupted Vault for mods like Blind Rage, Blind Rage. Oh, there's actually an alchemy here right now. So like this here, highly recommended. Why are they so expensive? Isn't there a Tennokai bundle in the shop for 100 Platinum? Yes. And you know what you can do with that? And you know what I know a lot of people do with that? They buy this for 100 Platinum and they sell the whole entire contents for about 150. You know, it's another good one for this. The Tome mod bundle too. 140 Platinum. This is another really good one. Should you craft or sell your Stein Prime? I would still craft it for yourself first. And then any extras that you get. Father-in-law sells Level Prime for like 20 all the time. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's pretty easy. Which mods are usually worth turning into boss for, or just straight up sell? I assume you mean, Arcanes. But yeah, that's, I've got a few video ideas that I'm cooking at the moment. Ideas. But yeah, the Tome bundle here is another case where you can, turn 140 Platinum into, like, I did the math on this, it was about 190, 200 Platinum, when we were talking about this earlier this week. That's sort of like a weird little thing that people don't know about, is that you can buy the Tennokai mods there if you don't feel like doing the farm. What do I think of the Dante Deluxe? I love it. It's drop dead gorgeous. It's probably one of the best deluxes that they've made in a long time. Like, not to say that the other deluxes weren't good, but yeah. What about the Tomes too? What do you mean by that? Like, the Tome mods are worth plat, but do I want to do any more here? Is the Void Cascade, is it on normal or Steel Path? When I looked at it, it was on normal. It was on Steel Path. Oh, it's not. It's on Steel Path. If we're doing a Void Cascade, we do it in Steel Path. Just as a general thing there. Do I want to get rid of any more ribbons just to, like, make space? If you farm Citrine, use Titania. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Uriel's another really good one for that, too, actually. Because you can just fly around and pick up the crystals. Is there anything else here? Just like clean out the stockpiles and free up some space here. See, this is another one, right? This is free viral. Like, I'm really excited for this. Free viral, and then I can roll something better on this. And the Detron is one of my favorite weapons. I'm really happy for that one. This one I don't think is going to be changing. It's crit chance, status chance, fire rate, which is just super tasty. I did get dual Sestras. Zoom, the plus zoom is unfortunate on there, so maybe I'll just keep these for now. And we'll see what happens. The dual Sestras aren't that great, but the regular Sestra is actually a pretty solid I do have 2 Sestras, yes. The Sestra is actually a pretty solid Incarnate, so this might be, I might keep both of these for now because this could be an interesting keeping in your hands for later. Epitaph, and Cost Feralax. This is going to be another one that's going to be interesting. Riven don't understand the second question. I did take a look at it, but it's nothing new information-wise on our side. Thanks, mods, for grabbing that so quickly. Appreciate you. How do I farm my endo? I would actually recommend farming endo in a arbitrations. Arbitrations is a really, really good endo farm. Because you're wanting to do arbitrations anyway for other things. Sorry, what was I doing? FAQ. Arbitrations you're going to need to be doing anyway for galvanized mods, and galvanized mods are actually another good plat sell. Same with adaptation and rolling guard, both solid mods and important for the end game. The thing to do is to do that, and then like there's decent endo rewards in the reward pool, but also sculptures, which then of course you can turn into endo by selling to Maru. Another really good endo farm, if you're not wanting to do the arena farm, which is I think statistically still the best endo farm up here in Sedna. That requires a specific squad loadout, so that's why I don't usually recommend it to people. It is very good. It is very, very, very useful, but it's not something that I usually recommend. Here in Fortuna, the Noko bounties, once you finish the new war, the Noko bounties are very solid for endo, and then also gets you a lot of A, gets you Noko, B, gets you Arbusep, C, gets you arcane slot unlocks for arc guns, and also in the loot pool there is a lot of really good arcanes, so it's actually both a good platform for those arcanes as well as a good farm for your own account, as well as a good endo farm on top of all that. Another really good one is the Zarman bounties are very, very good for endo as well, and the Sanctum Adonomica bounties, and same with the Hex bounties, are all super solid. Super, super solid. Brodozer, sup? What you up to? You know, I think I'm done with ribbons for now. Because I do want to investigate this, and Dark Knight reminded me. I do have some theories about this that I kind of want to investigate a bit more here. It fully depends on how this functions with the mechanic that I need to test here. There is a possibility for this to actually be a lot better than I thought it was. So we just need to see how that works with that mechanic, and we'll find out. How's it going for you so far? No, yeah, it's going actually really well here. We're having a good day. Okay, so the thing that I was wondering is, oops, it doesn't matter what frame I'm on. Actually, it doesn't matter because his passive, Ash's passive, does kind of mess me up for this est. So one thing that we did learn when we were testing this before is that secondary irradiate because it deals the weapon hits to the enemies within the AoE, it was activating prototype shock coils, which is pretty neat. But my bigger interest here is because another thing that counts as weapon hits is, of course, my favorite status effect in the game, Blast. So I want to see if Blast is going to do it as well. Because if secondary Radiate does, there is the possibility for Blast to go through as well and cause the Blast status effects to spawn electricity. So, and that's relatively easy to test here. Okay, they are in range for the blast. Okay. Because, blast does count as a weapon hit. Oh, yeah, sorry, Dyson, sorry, ADHD. Hit me hard. Sorry, thank you for getting me back on track. Okay, sorry, question 2 you said. This one here? Limited number of combined stats per roll, is this what you're talking about here? This one here? Yeah, okay, cool. So this image is just to help us out to better understand this situation. So, as we can see here, right, we have a positive plus a negative making a positive plus a question mark, right? So that means that whenever you do a combine, you don't lose the total number of stats here on the weapon, right? The stats will change, but sort of the number of traits, traits is what the system is currently calling it, traits. So the number of traits that you get is random, right? So you can see these two combine into weak point damage, and then this being removed, this going down to 2 stats, then gives it to back to a total of 3 if you do this route. So the idea behind being able to get 3 stats is this. So you have your weapon, you have your mod, right? You roll your mod until you get 2 stats that you want to combine. So let's say that this is a 3-stat mod, right? And you know what we'll do here is we'll make this easier. Good stat, bad stat, right? And then this becomes combo stat, right? We're just gonna do big thing for combo stat. And then depending on what you combined here, so we'll say that you grab the negative like they showed in the preview there. So combo stat, positive, negative. Then what you do is you roll until your Riven has combo stat, stat, negative. Right? So now you've got a total of 4. Then what you do is you combine these two, right? You roll until you get 4 stats on the mod. So it'll be 3 positives, 1 negative. And then what that does is give you 2 stats, right? Because when you fuse, you get a stat back. So then you would have 2 combo stats and 2 stats that you can combine. That then would give you combo stat, combo stat, combo stat when you combine these two and a negative. And that is how you can get potentially 3 combo stats on this. The odds of you getting this combo stats in this way of stats that you want or care about is incredibly low. It is theoretically possible. That is what they're talking about. Weapon did say that it was good with Uriel again. The Kuva Sobek is the best weapon for him. But you'll be fine with any high, like literally any weapon that likes fire rate and is happy to have heat status effect. So there. You think those will be the new god rolls? So I actually don't think that they're going to be like the full new god rolls. And my reason is this. Those are also normal sets. Crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, attack speed, range, damage. Those are also normal stats. Those are all still really good stats. So my current hypothesis, without knowing everything, right? This is just based off the current information. A god roll will be one combo stat with two of these with a negative. Two combo stats max. I think this is where we're going to be looking at something like this. This, I think, is where the new god roll will be. Because these are all still really good stats. Right? If you have a weapon that has multi-gun co, if you're playing a melee weapon that has good, follow through, if you're playing a melee weapon and you want to save a mod slot, multi-shot's always good. Crit chance, crit damage is always good on weapons that like more crit chance and crit damage because these scale very well the more you have of them. Yes, there is a fall-off point eventually. It is very rare to be able to hit that fall-off point. So I think the reality is it's going to be 1 to 2 combo stats plus 1 to 2 normal stats plus a negative will be the new god rolls. Obviously, this is without knowing about all of the stat lines along with this. Right? We don't know what all the combo stats are. All we know is that we have the elements. We have status damage and weak point damage. These are the only stats that we have current confirm of here. So, the god roll is a myth anyway. There's not a single god roll for any weapon. No, but it's more like a bunch of them. Kind of force you to lock the combo, no? At first, I thought you lock negative, but you kind of force to lock the combo, though. Kind of. Tox is great for the Sobek. If you're going for Uriel, you want heat. Specifically with the context of Uriel. Keep in mind that with these weapons, you don't need to go into a heat progenitor to start. You can eventually get the elemental vice system, the Valiant's override, and switch out your progenitor bonus at will. As in the arsenal. Right? And it's a 1 install, always unlock. Viral is 1 now. Yeah, so viral is 1. That's going to be a big one. Corrosive, I think, is going to be a big one. And the one that is where having more combo stats, I think, is going to be really, really powerful, is specifically status weapons. Status weapons are specifically going to be the big one that is where having multiple combo blocks are going to matter. Right? So, because we have condition overload effects, we have primary debilitate, we have melee influence, right? Condition overload effects on a lot of weapons is very strong, multiplicative in some cases. Primary debilitate is very strong on certain weapons and is going to be even better. And melee influence, right? If you get blast or gas on a Riven, plus elemental damage, plus melee influence. Right? So this is a big one. Viral could be added, yeah, but it's status, like the sort of elements, viral, blast, heat, like all of that. That is what I'm talking about status side. It's also nice because on certain weapons, then you can just do one slot, a combo element, which is very useful. But that's more what I'm talking about. This is for multi combo stats on the ribbon. This is specifically for multi-combo stats. Is what I'm talking about. Because, for instance, if you had, like, a primary debilitate rifle, and on your ribbon you had status damage, you had gas, and you had multi-shot, this would be a really, really good ribbon for a primary debilitate weapon. Because the gas with primary debilitate would then be doing toxin and heat and gas. Status damage would be increasing all three of those effects, and multi-shot would mean that you're getting more of those effects happening more often. So, like, this is an example of where, like, I'm not going to personally really go crazy. Weak point damage buffs gas as well. Yeah, weak point damage buffs gas as well, but then, like, you have to land headshots. But, like, you could obviously go into that route as well and then go, like, weak point damage too. But this is the stat that I think is going to be more important, personally. Status damage, because it's not conditional, right? Anything that's a conditional is something that, like, that I not necessarily shy away from, but something that I don't rely on. Unless, of course, I'm purposely playing around it. Right? Like, gas and electric both get the weak point damage, so, like, weak point damage will also go really well in here, depending on your weapon. But, like, this is, like, for a lot of weapons, this is going to be anything that you put primary debilitate on, this is going to be basically the God Roll ribbon. You could also make the argument instead of gas for corrosive, but gas is the better one. For a usable ribbon, what's good for the Ballistica? Multi-shot, damage are two really good stats for the Ballistica. The Ballistica has multi-gunco, so base damage on your ribbon is very useful. To play into galvanized shot there. Weak point damage is not the same as headshot damage, and people, and doesn't double dip on gas the way people might be expecting. I thought that weak point damage did. Because isn't headshot damage just weak point damage? Isn't it just like it's not a different code in Warframe? Except for the Banshee thing. It's not a different code for Warframe, it's just a different term that's used on the weapons, but it's functionally the same code. That's what I thought. I could definitely be wrong. Could definitely be wrong. Weak point damage adds with the base weak point multiplier and gets multiplied by 1.5x the specific enemy it heads. It's a whole can of worms to explain. Okay. Don't worry about that. You assume if you already got one combo stat, only one of the two stats used in the first can be rolled to prevent repetitive combo stats. Actually, that's not. Pablo has already confirmed this. If you roll toxin plus cold to make this into viral, and then you lock the viral, you can then roll into viral, toxin, and cold. You can't combine these into viral again, but you can roll toxin and cold and viral on the same ribbon again. This has already been confirmed, I think. So you won't be able to get, like, toxin in here. Like, you won't be able to redo viral again, but you can technically roll this, because then that allows you to go, like, because remember, ribbons combine from the bottom up. So then you go heat plus cold to make blast. And then you do toxin plus electric to make corrosive. Right? So, like, that is a possibility there. Theoretically. The body part, the mission is a lot. Yeah, I remember, and now that you're bringing it up again, Evan, I remember this conversation from before. I know what you're talking about now. I'm just mildly sleep deprived because life is on fire. And I forgot that we haven't had this conversation before. Okay, so going back to the quads here. Ribbons will enable crazy influence setups. Yeah, influence absolutely, right? Because if you can get free blast or free gas on influence. Here in winter? Oh, you're on the other side of the planet. Hope you're having a good winter, though. Like, having free blast will be really, really good. Or free gas with influence. So, like, that's what I mean by when I was saying, like, gas or blast plus status damage plus another stat will be the god roll for a lot of status-based weapons, including influence builds. Like, you could theoretically get status damage blast electric, right? And then put elementals on top of that even further. Like, that is a theoretical that exists, which could be very interesting. Could be very, very, very interesting. Let's go get my coffee. I'll be right back. Theory crafting is fun. Yeah, theory crafting is fun. Like, I'm still ultimately concerned with the amount of Gamba and RNG that this is possibly encouraging. Right? I am concerned with that because I'm always concerned with the over RNG inside of games. And like the likelihood to get a 2-stat Riven that you actually care about is really low. The value of gas. Why do people value it so highly now? It's actually really highly damaging now, Aiden. Back in the day, it wasn't very good, so it makes sense that you may have that opinion. But gas now, A, deals much better damage. B, it's an AoE lingering effect. Right? So, do I have a gas weapon easily accessible here? Do I have a gas weapon here easily accessible? You know what? The Diplos will serve the purpose. So, gas... Having a stroke? Fucking stupid effect. So, when you get to 10 stacks of gas, it increases... Each stack of gas increases the radius of gas. So if you're using a weapon like melee influence, you essentially have, I think, like effective gas radius. It's 20 meters on melee influence, and then I think gas has a 10 meter radius at 10 stacks, if I remember correctly. And then they can overlap on each other. So you have overlapping lingering dots hanging out on the field. Also, gas does a really interesting thing with headshot values, headshot multipliers, so deadhead is what we're talking about here. Gas was not changed with the status reworks, only visuals. Yeah, but the other thing that changed with the status rework is we got the elementalist mods, right? So that increased the value of gas as well. Gas does get headshot multipliers. Gas and electric are the two elements that get headshot multipliers, and that's part of the reason that makes it so strong. So if you use it on a weapon that you can utilize a headshot multiplier on, so like Deadhead, or I don't remember if Acuity functions into the equation properly or not, but so don't quote me on that one, but like weak point damage plays very well into it. And then on top of that, we now have elementalist mods on it, right? So that's increasing the damage of gas, and faction damage mods play really well into gas as well, because faction damage mods double dip. You get you get the faction damage when you apply the status effect and on the first tick of the status effect. So it applies twice. So that includes roar. It was legitimately nerfed quite heavily, but in rework, by the rework back in 2020, when its damage formula was changed, just found a new way to come back. Yeah, basically. Long time no see. Welcome back, Deadline. How you been? Happy to have y'all. Okay. We are going back to the original conundrum here of me trying to figure out if the FV Mars blast status effects will activate prototype shock coils. That is what I'm trying to figure out right now. Because secondary irradiate does. Dealing with identity things done that good? Well, I hope it's turning out well. Identity stuff is never easy to deal with. Oh, right, that's just 90%, so we'll just throw that on there. It is never easy to deal with. Do we have anything else here that we can increase our status chance with here? Sorry, overshared? You didn't overshare at all. It's fun. Oh yeah, we can just throw that guy on there for the extra 60. Yeah, that's fine there. For those unaware, back before 2020, gas with double dip and toxin mods had no cap and ignoring 50% of ferrite armor. Yeah, and then it changed a bit, and then Okay, we just need blast to, like, do blast things. So, I was wondering, because secondary irradiate gives essentially the weapon, makes the weapon hit in an AoE, and blast does count as weapon hits, but it is not seeming to do it here for us today. So maybe this is a lost cause in this direction. Hey Italy, how you doing? Maybe this is a bit of a lost cause here. Let's grab our Sciotid just so that we can try to, like, heavy force this with the amount of things here. We'll just group up enemies to try to make our life a little bit easier. What am I looking for? Again, I'm looking for the Mars. Thanks, Chad. I appreciate you. I need to put on the right Mars build. But you assume that's with the Radiate? Yeah, Radiate is like a full separate hit, right? But Blast is technically a separate hit as well. Right? Like, Blast will activate Enervate, and Enervate's condition is on hit. So that was my theory of possibly activating prototype shock coils. Is that secondary irradiate might, like, blast might activate this, but doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. Oh, actually, hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. Can I just, like, move one of you? Can I just get, like, one of you moved? Oh, no, I procced influence and killed everything. I see. I see. I see! My bow! I saw it. Can I just, like, grab one of you? Okay, the range on this is much larger than I thought. Okay, that's not quite what I wanted. Okay. How do I, like, just separate one of you off? Can I just get one of you to separate off from me? Well, see, the thing is that I want, like, one enemy just to be sitting right here. Oh. Duh. Easy. I was overthinking this. I was overthinking this. Oh, this is the wrong build. Because I just want to get one enemy a little bit separated off from the group so that it's a little bit easier to see what's happening with the blast. It does not seem to be doing what I was going to hope that it was doing. Alright, that's kind of unfortunate. That would have been actually a really cool piece of kit. If Blast actually activated the augment properly. But as we're seeing, like, we're dealing the electric AoE, the blast procs are hitting them. But it is not activating the blast procs. Okay, so that is, does sort of limit our interesting shenanigans. Because we should be seeing a electric status effect showing up on these enemies when this is activating. They aren't getting hit by the blast. We'll move them closer. Everything else is 2 meters. Okay, let's just try bringing them even a little bit closer. Oh. See, the problem is, like, I'm just trying to, like, make sure that I'm not just, like... Yeah, that hit. We saw the 4 there. Saw the 9 there. Okay, this is a little bit hard to tell. Let's just make this easier on ourselves. Let's get the ungovernable beast. Sorry, moth. Okay, so that's Valiant's formation. Okay, so that was 10 stacks there. Okay. How else can we try to force this a little bit further? Just like, I want to see if it's just like bad RNG on my part, or maybe it's one of those things where, it might be one of those things where the blast status effect has a 0% status chance to apply something on the AoE. Hold on, wait a second. Hold. Huddle, please. We were seeing electricity on someone who shouldn't have had electricity. See, like you, why do you... Oh. Is that just the electric stacks from before? Yeah, it's just the electric stacks from before. Okay, so maybe I just hit that person. It was just a false positive here. I have run out of Valiant's formation. One moment, please. Okay, I think I'm maybe trying to go a little bit too much on sauce here, y'all. I think my hopes and dreams of this tech is non-existent here, realistically speaking. What's going on? Okay, so the Mars new augment, this new augment adds 60%, 90% electrical damage, and shots have a 20% base chance to apply extra electrical status independent of modded damage status type. So, secondary irradiate was activating it. So the AoE hits from secondary irradiate were activating it. Punch through was activating it. Multi-shot was activating it. Another thing that activates on weapon hit is enervate. And enervate is activated off of blast. So what I was trying to see is if the blast AoE would activate prototype shock coils. So far, we have not seen that happening. So I'm just trying, and Lavos, of course, has Valiant's formation, which gives every shot a guaranteed chance to apply a status effect. And thus, in theory, if electric is going across, this gets our blast up to 10 stacks very rapidly, which gives it a higher AoE. Because the blast AoE is based off of the number of status effects on the enemy when it pops. And Valiant's formation gives us that blast guaranteed, allows us to get to 10 stacks very simply and quickly. Right, that was 10 stacks there. So I just wanted to see if there was an opportunity for blast transferring prototype shock coils, and it does not. And my current assumption on that is because blast probably counts as a separate weapon hit that has 0% status chance, and prototype shock coils has a base 20% chance to do that, which does seem to get modified by status chance. But if blast has a 0% status chance and just deals AoE damage that is a weapon hit, that means this will not be going across, period. And going back to what you're asking, Aced, with Tau or any other source of increasing status chance, 100% of 0 is still 0. So the multiplier from the Venado would still equal 0. And by Venado, I mean Tau. Theoretically, that would be the case, right? So did the Cascade actually popped? Okay. Cool. How, what's the time on it, Icicle? One hour? Okay, we got time then. Because, so, just going back to, like, what I was talking about, you're electric, you're the one. Radiation with secondary irradiate does transfer the electric. Except that Zada's Whisper can still proc Void status off of blast hits. I think it's that the Void status is a guaranteed on-hit application. It's not an actual status effect. Because if I remember correctly, Zada's is a separate hit. It's a full separate hit is how it's coded. I think. So it is its own hit that deals a guaranteed Void status effect. And I think that's or at least that's my mentality of, like, why there would be a difference there. I don't know if that's actually accurate or not. But that is kind of the idea that I am working. Oh, that's still the wrong combo. That is kind of what I'm suspecting is the case. But secondary irradiate actually does have some interesting things with the new Mars augment, because it does spread the electricity in an AoE. But the problem being then is that we have such, like, you basically have to use a frame that is applying rad for you. So that limits us to Nyx, Oberon, Corvex, Lavos, which is actually kind of fun that it does that. And then, like, what you would do in that case is you would do a build like this, but replace Cascade of Flare with Irradiate. Sorry, this is the wrong one. A build like this. But we don't go electric here. Or we don't go rad here. We go magnetic might instead of heated charge. Like that. And then the idea would be you go like this. It's gotta warm up, okay? It's a little cold. It just got out of the pool. But then the idea would be is that you're just spreading a whole bunch of radiation and you are spreading a whole bunch of electricity around the world with like a Lavos build or with like a it does need to charge up because it does have a really low we don't have any much damage on this thing at the moment because we are of course don't have galvanized shot or savvy active here. And by savvy, I mean galvanized shot or, yeah, see, that's kind of interesting. Right? Like, look at that. That's kind of interesting. I mean... like, it's not the best in the world, but it's kind of fun. For like a Lavos-oriented, or a Nyx-oriented, or a Oberon or Corvex-oriented version of this build, that's kind of a fun little piece of kit, if you ask me. So shove pillars on Caliban. Oh, that's true. Yeah, of course you could do like pillars, but I also feel like, is this worth like the full setup? You know, at a certain point you kind of have to think about like, what are we doing here with the amount of extras that we're throwing into this to try to make it function the way that we're hoping to? It at least is it at least is interesting. No, it's the Mars. Oh no, I agree. The Mars still has problems, but like I'm trying to find like an interesting way to make the Mars work. Is long story short what I'm doing here. But actually I kind of do like this. Like playing it like this and then just like a bunch of damage. I kind of feel like this one is still better. Like this is a better build still. Realistically here. Secondary enervate being arcane with prime steady hands just to help with our aim. But this is a kind of a fun little mix on it. So it's interesting at the very least. You use it with like a frame that does rad for you. So Lavos putting it onto the weapons guaranteed, or like Nyx or Oberon Corvex to like fuel it, which is kind of neat. But like this one is better. I won't lie. I am well aware that this is stronger. But now that said, like maybe here we need to look at like dropping this and then going for Elementalist instead. That might actually be the answer here. Like we would lose damage, we would lose another element here, but then we do have another element because we're applying rad for our own self. And then we're just having a bunch of electricity, so I actually think Elementalist makes sense here. Instead of Magnetic Might. But Magnetic Might does give us more crit damage, which is nice. Well, I think something like that. For like, as an alternate build for like a fun little niche on it. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break. I'm gonna go stretch my back, and then we're gonna get going for Cascade, so sit tight. Hello. Welcome back. How's it going? I'm sitting now. Alright, what are we thinking for level cap? I still want to try this Nidus build at level cap. It should be fine, but just want to do it for funsies. What am I thinking for the Nidus build for our healing on this build? I am kind of leaning on the Basmu, but it felt like the Basmu just wasn't doing enough damage, but I think that was like something else with the Basmu. Is because I was playing the status build, I wasn't playing the crit hybrid, that's why. Hey Web, how you doing? Wasn't doing the crit hybrid, so that's the reason why this wasn't performing nearly as well as I thought, because of course I'm feeding a billion crit chance into it from Nidus, so going into crit damage is very strong here. Why do I have Acuity on this build? Let us duplicate this, put it over here, override, and let's do a crit status hybrid debilitate build here. The Exceltra would be a good choice. It's the heal that we're in need of here. I agree, the Exceltra is very good, but we need a heal here. Because we are playing a Nidus with Persistence. His 4 does do really, really good healing, but I like to have another choice for healing in case stuff hits the fan. But that might also just be, we could go the Hema, yeah, but it's like more aimy. Although I do agree with the Hema would actually be a really good choice here and work really, really well. And that might be the answer for what we're doing here. What do we got on here for the Hema? This is more crit chance and more crit damage, and that actually plays really well into the Nidus passive. Galvanized Scope, I don't really feel like playing. So let's look at this one here, which has Magnetic Viral. Why do you have Frostbite here? Why do you have Frostbite here when we have Magnetic Viral? Cryo Rounds, what are you doing with Cryo Rounds? Ah, it's because we have Electric here. So we actually want to do our Valiance swap into Magnetic for this. So that we have Magnetic Cold Viral for even more crit damage to play into that really high crit chance. I don't think there's anything here that needs to change. Nope, nothing here needs to change. We're fine with having cryo rounds in this waiting. It's perfectly fine because we're just going for the cold is there for our happy fun times. And then for our secondary, we're going to go with the good old useful Ballistica. For our melee as an emergency extra heal, we will go the Hirudo. For our companion, we will bring our good old Panzer, so that's free viral, but then also plays with Link Vitality and Hunter Recovery very well with a Nidus build. We will be using Zenoric because I just like it. I don't care if Madurai is better or not. It is just nice to have. Okay. Funny thing, Bazza Prime kills faster than the new Sentient Rifle from the Twitch stream. Yeah, the new Sentient Rifle is more of a utility weapon than a damaging weapon. It's kind of how I've been playing and utilizing it. And was having really, really fun, good time with that. As a utility weapon rather than as a damage weapon. Because it's fun! It is a fun one. Okay, who would like to join me for a level cap Void Cascade? Speak now or forever hold thy peace. Who would like to join me? I got room for 3 for a level cap Void Cascade. Come one, come all. What piece are you holding? I don't know. Rob, what you got? Or Pops, sorry. Actually, I kind of like that. I dig that. There's a really cool deep purple on there. Dyson, you got a Volt? Precision Intensify for Wrathful. Yeah, makes sense. Shock Trooper, Sculptor, Circumvent. Yeah, so Circumvent's basically your survivability method along with secrets. The only thing to be concerned about is the random strays of status effects, but if you've got an answer to that, you should be fine. Keep in mind, obviously, if you are doing Sculptor here, that you are not going to be getting good shield values out of this. So just as a heads up from there. What's a good way to farm Trash Arcanes? I mean, Steel Path. Void Cascade, what we're going into, is a really, really good one. The Boar. Savvy, Cleanse, Toxin, Crit Chance, Multi-Shot. Very tasty. So you're just doing Viral Heat on here. And then you got more heat from the Incarnate form. And then Bulwark just for more damage. Yeah, I like that. Looks good. Looks good, looks good. It doesn't seem like people want to be doing a Cascade today, so nobody wants to be joining for us for a level cap. So maybe we will not be doing a Cascade because nobody is saying anything. But yeah, that all looks good there. Nothing to say on that one. The Stephalos. Don't forget, the Stephalos is getting a prime soon. Beam! Or Beam, sorry. Beam Bun Bun, thank you very much for the 4 months tier 1. Greatly appreciate you. Vendetta for the extra reload speed and multi-shot. Yeah, seems good. Seems smart. Cannonade, yep. Yeah, that all looks good to me. Yeah, nothing to say here. Keep multi-shot. Doesn't it get multi-gunko? Because that could be, like, that's kind of interesting. Melee fortification. That's kind of where I stand. Ooh, pretty Lavos. Exiled. Very, very pretty Lavos. Big fan of that. NS. AX52, aptitude, crit delay, biotic, shred, deadhead. Yeah, it looks good to me. It looks like you're playing a ADS version because you have crit chance and crit damage here, so you might be playing sort of more into the ADS because you got deadhead here as well, which would be super solid. Then you're gaining a bunch of extra damage out of this with this, and also then giving you damage vulnerability against basically everything in the game, which is very nice. Yeah, no, it looks good to me. Corrosive is good. Other elements are also good choices, like maybe blast, just for the damage on it. But I do agree with corrosive because this is basically going to mean that no matter what enemy type you're facing, you're getting increased damage by reducing enemies' armor, with viral against armor and health, and magnetic against shields and armor, or shields and overguard. And yeah, the rest of this build looks super solid. Yeah. Looks good. Looks good. Okay, well, what do we got here on this Cascade? We got 45 minutes. Oops. Oops. Okay, so are you down for a Cascade? Alright, we got one for a Cascade. Anybody else want to join us for a Cascade here? You're kind of rusty? That'd be fun. That'd be fine. It'd be fine. We'll be fine. You haven't played Warframe in 3 weeks? It'll be fine. Not even a concern. We got this. Easy, light work. Otherwise, it seems like we might just maybe, you be down after you're out of this mission? Okay. You can't go to level cap? That's okay. I mean, if we don't do a level cap today, I don't mind. Like, I'm just down for it if we want to. If we got the team of peeps who want to do it. But if we don't, obviously, then we don't. And that's okay. We're just vibing today. We are relaxing, hanging, doing the stuff. One thing that I do need to do, because tomorrow we will be doing more big walk with the friendos. Do you have to be a member to join? No, not at all. I mean, if you want to be a member, that's great, but like, you don't need to be. People are just allowed to join if they want to. I can't remember if I went and saw Teshin for shop this week or Palladino for shop this week. I don't really care about that, so... yes, I was here. I bought all the Kuva. Normally you'd be super down, but you're resting hands for that. Don't worry about it, Evan. It's all good. Like I said, if we do a level cap, we do a level cap. If we don't do a level cap, we don't do a level cap. It's not a problem to me. We're super chills today. We are super relaxing. Your age 30 debuff was joint fatigue followed by pain if you don't listen. See, my debuff was my knees exploding and my back exploding. Yeah, that was the debuff RNG that I rolled at 30. Actually, that was the debuff RNG that I rolled at like 15. It just kind of got worse at it just got a multiplier at 30. You had a hot take that's so wild. Oh no, what is it? Lay it on me. What's your hot take that's so wild? We do have room for one for we're trying to get a Cascade group together. Sonic is overrated. I mean, I've never really been a big fan of Sonic myself. But I'm not gonna say it's overrated. I don't have enough drag root. That makes me sad. You rolled bad knees and a bad back at 20? True. Yeah, that was me at 15. You rolled pretty well, all things considered. Lucky. Lucky you. How dare you? Times 5? Oh, I did it way more than times 5. I think I did like 20. Or no, I did like, 11 or 12 of them because I had 9 and then I fused a bunch and I did get 2 more pistol ribbons, but then I also got companion ribbon and I used the companion ribbon. So I did like 10 or 11 pistols and 1 companion. You joined, but you're unsure of the strats. I mean, we'll just... Did I get a Verglass? No, I got a Moltron again. Me and the Moltron, we're best friends, accidentally. Paps, what you got? Zorus. Now, I won't lie, I'm not a big fan of glaives, so I'm not going to be able to give you the best advice here. But you do want to be looking at, typically speaking, with the Zorus and glaive weapons, you're doing heavy attack stuff. So you're looking at initial combo counter stuff, so Galvanized Reflex, Corrupted Charge. You'd be looking at, like, Influence on here because it has, baseline electricity on it. And you'd be looking at, like, crit chance, crit damage stuff, typically speaking here. I'm 90% certain that Ninjase has a build on Overframe for it, so I'd definitely check out Ninjase's build on Overframe for it. Reach is useless for it? Yeah, Reach is not super useful. There's lots of areas for improvement here. But that said, for like a more beginner-oriented build for this is actually pretty solid. Never mind, you're out for the level cap stuff, gotta do super tutorial stuff. Okay, so it sounds like we're not gonna get a level cap, and that's okay. We will instead just go do some relics together. How about that, chat? We'll just go do some relics together. You down for relics? Alright, Blue, why don't you come down for some relics? You could always non-level cap the Cascade. Yeah, but it's also like, I kind of feel like if we're going to a Cascade, I don't know, it's just like my mentality with it for some reason is really stupid. But like, I feel like if we're going to Cascade, we're going to level cap, if that makes sense. It's a dumb thing in my brain. I'll admit it, it's a flaw. It's a human flaw. Anyone for Conjunction Survival? Steel Path Omnia. We'll just chill and have ourselves a nice little relaxing time. I don't know how long I'll be going today with, how sleep deprived I am. So if you want to join, it is a do or don't today. As I do... Oh, so for this is the typical Zorus build. Thank you, Blue, for sending this over. This is the typical Zorus build. For you, Pops. Melee Influence for the Arcane. You can go Sacrificial Pressure to boost up Sacrificial Steel's damage, or you can, of course, go into Prime Pressure Point for the higher melee damage, but it's perfectly fine. And you could, yeah, exactly, Prime Pressure Point, Galvanized Steel instead of the Sacrificial mods if you don't feel like using those. Are also super solid. It's technically better. I thought it would be better. Like, my brain was thinking that it would probably be better. But, it's still very strong here. Yeah. You just don't want to invest Umbra. You just invested in Umbra and don't want to change it. And see, I respect that. Okay, last call for this Omnia survival here. We are kind of in vibe mode. You're good to go now, Mask? Alrighty. Mask of... Oh, not space. Moot. Not coming after the shop is closed? I know. Tom is the tactician. What's up? You're gonna go insane? It's okay. I understand. We have a Cascade, but we don't have enough peeps for doing a level cap. Not enough peeps who are interested in doing a level cap, I should say, today. Is Borrow this week or next? Borrow will be next Friday. You do a level cap? Oh, well, now it's too late. We've already got a squad together for this. Now we've committed. Ba, 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 ba. Doing well? Good to hear. You love this song? Man, I love Billy Talent. Classic Canadian sort of punk / emo band. And I was growing up, like, when I was younger was when they were really big. So it was just kind of, like, fun. And one of my friends actually went to school with one of the band members, like, nephews? Apparently that nephew was a bit of a dweeb. Hey, look, good room. So much crits. So much crits. Just so many crits. Yes. There's a lot of them during ground school? Do you mean grad school? Yeah, there's a Cascade going on right now. But we're just kind of vibing. And honestly, like, I'm kind of in the vibe space. Like, I would love to do a level cap today, but also, like, I am just so, like, I did not sleep well last night at all. I was just sort of, like, dealing with, some things that came up, so I did not sleep well. Elementary? Ah, elementary school. Yes, yes. Yeah, see, it was, like, Billy Talent was, like, somewhere between elementary and a high school for me, so that's like, oh, come back. The enemies, they all exploded. A Garuda did Garuda things. Garuda, no. Oh, you know what we should be looking for is our nice little handy speed up tools. Let me pop my thingy to find the thingies. I wonder how the Hema would do at level cap. I mean, like, theoretically it should do well, right? Theoretically? Like, I want to say it would do well. Especially on a, did that just despawn in front of our eyes? Man, don't you love it when that happens? Or did you pick it up, Blue? It looks like you picked it up. Oh, that's interesting. It just went straight to you, eh? It just ignored my companion, even though my companion was closer. So it certainly has a preference towards allied players. Which is interesting. I didn't realize that it had a preference towards allied players. And for those of you who have been wondering about my Nidus longform, I have decided that I'm just going to re-record the whole entire script, so it is on a bit of a hold for a little while I'm dealing with other stuff. Because the St. Jude's is just much more important to me, so I want to make sure 5.5 mil red crits, not bad. The St. Jude's is so much more important to me, and I'm really wanting that to go well, so I'm going to be paying more attention to that right now. And then I'll start looking at doing videos again once we get the next week under our belt. I will be focusing heavier onto long format videos going forward. Not happy with the first attempt. The audio was, do you know what a sibilance is? Those noises? The audio was just very heavily laden with that. And, my attempts to fix it with audio engineering tricks, just was not just, working. So, the audio was just very bothering me. Yeah, exactly, Nidus, right? So, those. And every time you say Nidus, or virulence, or parasitic vitality, or parasitic link, right? All of those were very heavy, and very sharp. And that was also with my old microphone EQ that I kind of accidentally found a new and, in my opinion, better microphone EQ after my VSTs were completely reset accidentally by my own stupidity. So it was my fault. It was not Elgato's fault. So because of that, I kind of just want to, now that I prefer this new microphone, VST that I have, it just sounds a lot better. Like, a lot better. At least to my ears, it sounds better, and considering I'm the one doing the editing, I just kind of want to bring it up to the quality that I believe is better. I don't know necessarily if it is better, but for me personally, I find it to be a better EQ. And it also has made my voice sound more to what my voice is IRL. Which is really kind of the other big thing. I didn't realize how off, like it wasn't bad off, but it was, or that off, I should say. But it was off enough that I noticed the difference. And now it's just kind of like, this sounds better, it sounds warmer, it has a warmer tones to it. Which I just kind of, wow, I get a lot of healing when I have that much health. Just to realize that. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Everybody know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, but you kind of like me and you want to support my community, or the community, I should say, subs or turbo. See you in a second. Oh, so it is confirmed, everybody. We are, because of course we'll mention this once the ad break is over, obviously. Sunday, we will be doing a special stream over on Ken's channel, because Ken has hit a stretch goal for his charity stream that's happening right now. And the stretch goal was for us to play Starfinder, aka Pathfinder, the official Warframe expansion of it. Or module, I suppose is the correct term. So we will be doing that on Sunday, which I won't lie, I was very excited about to get invited by Ken. Hey, Maz, how you doing? Oh, are you playing your silly VAR shenanigans with Navigator again? Is that what's happening here? I think that's what's happening here. I love it. I've been playing on Xbox One. You feel sorry for the people you play with because of how long it takes to load for you. Don't worry about it. Most people are usually pretty understanding about it. Do I already have a character? We'll be playing, you know, I don't know if that part's been announced, but we do have set characters. Of course, not everybody has played Pathfinder before who's playing with us. I believe it's been announced who's playing with us. Being Brozyme, Clover, and myself, and Sarah Loves Archery. We love Sarah Loves Archery in this house, of course, because we love Soulframe in this house. I have played Pathfinder, not well. I do know D&D much better, but at least I know Pathfinder, and I think I might be the only person, other than Ken, obviously, who has hands-on experience with Pathfinder's rule set. So, wow, man, when the Hunter Recovery companion kicks in, it's just, whew. It kind of makes me want to try doing a level cap with Nidus with only Hunter Recovery as my survivability tool. Other than his passive, obviously. Like, I do want to see if that's going to be enough healing to sort of sustain along with the passive. And I think realistically it should. Which is kind of a interesting idea, because I was seeing my health bounce up a couple thousand when my companion was hitting. I also noticed that I just took a lot of damage there for no reason. So I'm wondering if I just got like a random magnetic status effect in there, and that's what caused me to take a lot of random damage. So that felt a little bit concerning. What spear gun scales great? Want to try them with Synax? The one actually surprisingly, well, maybe not surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly, is, oh, you know what it might have been? It was the Hema. That's what it was. It was the Hema. The Hema, of course, drains half of your health when you reload. It was the Hema. I did it to myself. I hurt myself in my own confusion, just like a Pokemon. Damage per hit over damage per second on your secondary, because you want DPS, you use a primary. It kind of depends on the weapon, right? But typically, as long as you get the job done, doesn't really matter. Because damage per hit is obviously very strong, because depending on the weapon, if you're hitting really, really hard, but you have like a low reload speed or like a low fire rate, the high damage per hit can be very, very strong. But then in other cases, it's obviously a bit of a different situation. Yeah, see, if I reload my Hema, my health drops by yes, that's what it was. It was me reloading. I'm just stupid. Good memory, me. Remembering that I'm stupid. Hangover Part 3 came out in 2013. Why? I literally just got over feeling old, and now I feel even more old. Woe is me. Like me. Yeah, that's what it was. I was reloading from empty. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Don't even have gray hair, though? Oh, I very much do. You just don't see them on stream. My camera is a low-quality camera. You will not be able to see the gray hair on my head. Oh, you were about to say about the spear gun. Yeah, thanks. ADHD, right? The Affinity. The Affinity is actually a really, really strong spear gun. And does actually play well, obviously, into Steinax. It is his own weapon. It does have really, really good, crit stats. So I would highly recommend, giving the Offenses a try, actually, with him. Specifically, of course, the Offenses Prime, which is the new and upgraded version. It is really good. And if you do need a build for the Offenses Prime, you can type ! Offentis. I believe that. No, I don't know. I don't think I got it set up. Just with the pre and post TennoCon burnout, I have been lacking. And by lacking, I mean slacking, but that is my skills lacking. In getting my bot commands properly updated. So, yes. The Offenses. Long story short, Offenses. I'm rambling. Because I'm sleep deprived. But no, the Offenses is actually a incredibly strong weapon. I would, super recommend it there. Your damage overflowed again? How dare you? How dare. I'm just sitting here shooting people with my Hema on my functionally unkillable Nidus. Just having a good day. Just popping domes. It's pretty good, not gonna lie. It's kind of fun. Hey, how about we put this on the ground and maybe my pet will get some health that looks like a number that's not garbage. Because it does have like a max health of like 30,000 right now, but it's only sitting at 7,000 because he's a little bit of a sleepy boy. I also don't remember if my Panzer is male or female, so we're just gonna go with sleepy boy because all dogs are good boys and good girls simultaneously. And that's how that works. And even though it's a fox or a cat fox, I'm gonna call it a dog. Why? Spite, mainly. What are the rules about the bypass? I mean, a great question. I've seen them despawn out of your hands when you get 10 reactant. I've seen them disappear for no good reason. I have seen them despawn in hand when a new life support spawns. I have seen them Yeah, I don't know. It's the I don't quite fully understand the logic behind them. It is supposed to be 150 meters within range of one. Sometimes it just doesn't spawn. Also is another thing I've noticed, is just sometimes does not spawn. And like we're at max life support, so if we use this one here, that will allow this life support to spawn again. And then theoretically we should be able to get a speed up tool. A bypass for those who want to be super pedantic. But yeah, I don't know. It's they're super inconsistent. I kind of wish that they would become less super inconsistent. I would really like them to become less inconsistent. 19k HP. Oh yeah, this isn't even at max max power yet. The reason why we're not at max power is because I've been super lazy with my stack generation, because I just don't really care. I should be sitting with this build. I think if I remember correctly, this build gets up to like about 25,000. I think it's up to about 25,000 with full parasitic vitality and mutation stacks. Somewhere in that area. Even at max HP, you need more survivability at level cap. It's not sort of about the survivability, it's the sustainability for Nidus. His fourth ability does do pretty good healing, but it's not the best. And it does heal you enough for 500 health a second for the whole tech. But the large problem with that is that it is stationary. Right? So if you move out of it, then like obviously if you have 16k health, that means that you have what, 16 times 2 is 32, so you have 32 seconds to get back into the heal zone or to recast it. Because of course persistence gives you 500 damage maximum a second taken, with a few exceptions being like status effects and so on and so forth, or violence. But if you have like another source of healing is what I was looking for when we were chatting earlier. I was looking for another source of healing so that I don't have to be constantly living on my carpet, and I can be a little bit more mobile, which especially in a void cascade, you are going to be incredibly mobile. Now that said, also he's like functionally invincible because of his passive on top of that, which will, his Undying passive, when you take lethal damage, you will become invulnerable. I believe it's for 4 seconds, before, and it will drain 15 stacks and heal you to 50% of your maximum health. And so then, you know, every 15 stacks when you're at, you know, 20,000 health, that means that every time that you take lethal damage, you get another 20 seconds of essentially invincibility at that point. So he is outrageously durable, and it is part of the reason why I actually don't like using Abundant Mutation on Nidus now. Bait Shop, how you doing? Because when we have now the 200 maximum stacks as baseline, Abundant Mutation is significantly less important than it once was. Still obviously very good, but less necessary. So, yeah. Hope Twitch sorts itself out tomorrow. Yeah, I really hope so too, Redacted. I'm so sorry that you're having so many problems today. I do hope that it gets fixed up for you. But I hope that you have yourself a wonderful day. And thank you for hanging out. If I assume you're saying that because you are heading out for the evening. And just as a reminder, everybody, we will be doing a big walk with the friends tomorrow. Probably be a short and quicker stream. because Big Walk typically is a shorter, quicker stream. And then we will Sunday be guest starring over on Ken's channel. I will not be co-streaming that, but we will be hanging. We will be chilling. And then of course the other big announcement is, of course, next Thursday we are fundraising for St. Jude's Children's Hospital Network on next Thursday over on St. Jude's channel. So I would love for you to come and join us for that. If you are down. Big Walk is in Murray Curry? No. Big Walk is in the game with the little dudes and puzzles with friends. It's really fun. I like it a lot, actually. Gets a little bit chaotic when you get like 8 people all holding hands together and all trying to talk at the same time, which was happening a few times last session. Which I was just kind of like, ah. But it is really, really fun. And I do love doing Big Walk with the group. And it's just kind of nice to hang out with the group too. You know, as just a break from the usual. Okay, right, next track. I was obviously not paying attention, so I'm not over there yet. But Blue's got 7,000 health as a Nidus, which is, or as a Garuda, which I assume you have no mods on your Garuda for health. Because most people don't use health mods on a Garuda. Oh, no, not that one, no. No, St. Jude's is a... Oh, they do Big Walk events for charity? Oh, no, Big Walk is a video game. No, Big Walk is a video game. Better than Ash finisher build. Hit me, what's up? No health mods? Ah, I love that you had that much health then. That brings me much joy. Delicious. Yeah, I'm quite yeah, I mean I'm going to assume that this is now gone. Yeah, I think that with my sleep deprivation here, I don't think we're going to be doing a level cap here today. We had the chance, but seems like it's not going to be happening because people are not were not around when I thought that I had the energy, and it's a good thing that I didn't do it because I definitely don't have the energy for it. I'm definitely in just a spacey space today. The jet lag is kicking my butt. Now I kind of do want to like go through my ribbons here and just sort of like think a bit about these updates of like what ones that I really want to be doing. Can't fill up the meter that fast. Are they using Crescendo? Arcane Crescendo in that video? Because that's kind of what that sounds like. Because for melee incarnants, it's it's based off your combo counter. So if your incarnate meter is not maxing out, it's probably because you don't have enough finisher stacks for Crescendo in order to keep that train rolling instantaneously. And that's probably my assumption, is because people will generally film videos with the full effectiveness of the build. So they probably got the Crescendo stack up to maximum. So that's probably what you're experiencing. Would be my probably best bet. They may also have initial combo counter stuff on there too. That could be affecting that as well. The AoE finisher Ash with the Obex is fun. Galvanized mod, the one that gives combo count on kill. Yeah, that's what I meant by the initial combo counter. Bait shop. Galvanized reflex is what we're both talking about. See, this one I do wish to roll. The NCOS is a very interesting weapon for these Riven changes. Because it is a status-based weapon, and it does have the 35% finisher, and dots do count towards that 35% finisher, and it has baseline corrosive. So like status damage on here or gas on here would be really, really tasty. And of course, this Riven Disposition will be going up almost certainly with the next patch. Because the next patch will also be a prime access, and of course Riven Dispositions change on prime accesses. So I feel like I'm gonna roll this real quick for a second to see if we can get gas or status damage, because we do know that those are two status effects that are going to we already know what the combos on the Rivens are going to be for that, being status chance and damage or the elementals. So we're gonna see what we can do here and see. We're not gonna throw a lot of coup at this, just a little bit for funsies, because I'm kind of just in a vibey space. Gas is the ideal for this situation here, I think, is the ideal status effect here, because then that gives us heat and toxin for elementalist. And then of course status damage would help with getting those dots to be doing some funny killy shenanigans on here. So yes. Oh, loops and Senocon. Yeah, that's kind of been my situation too. And we already got status damage. Perfect. So this is status damage. Status chance plus damage equals status damage under the new system. We don't know what these values are going to be looking like, but at least we've got ourselves a halfway decent start to a Riven with one of the combo stats that we are looking for on it. And we will max this out so that I remember not to sell that later. So that's actually really solid that we got that. Obviously that does mean that we need to try to find gas on here, because I do again believe that status weapons are going to be the ones that are going to be the best take advantage of two combo stats. So we will be rolling that quite heavily and praying to RNG for that one. Thinking about other fun status-based weapons, other ones, of course, the Galaxian. We already have electric and we already have status damage here. So that one's gonna hang. That's actually a really, really tasty Riven for the Galaxian. Because then we have electricity that we could potentially go into corrosive. And we also immediately, right off the bat, have status damage, which this is one of my favorite debilitate weapons, so that is delicious. What are the odds that we got a Basmu Riven hanging around here? Do we have a Basmu? Hey, quick question. Wonder if you could join the community clan. Got all the stuff. Trying to get Banshee a few things. Yeah, if you want to, send me a private message in game. I don't mind. Just make sure to be polite to other people. Yeah. Isn't Jupiter one of the guns that got Nightwave augment this time? Yes, it is. Yeah. Amprex get revised. Was half expecting augment into the mirror shockwave. Yeah, I was kind of expecting that one too. I don't really know what I think about the Jupiter's augment yet. We don't have it in our hands at the moment, obviously. The Mars augment is okay. It does help the Mars, but the Mars still suffers from being the Mars. For lack of a better term. The Ignis is another one that, hey, look, we already got status damage on here. So, and toxin. So actually that's, I mean, potentially comboing these two up and then we might get a cold here or an electric here. An electric would be the best chance here. So that's already status damage on there. So that's actually really good. That's delicious. Wow, I can't believe that I had this just sitting here. This is perfect for the new system. Like legitimately perfect for the new system. Even just status damage and toxin on its own, because then it goes very easily into corrosive for a debilitate Ignis is very interesting to me. Am I heavily focusing on debilitate stuff? Probably overly heavily doing that. Yeah, I do admit it. But also it makes me happy. So, and I'm not really certain what else I'm going to be doing right now with my life today. So this is kind of what I'm doing. And yeah, it's just that's my take. Yeah. That's where it's at today. Obex. Why do I have 2 Obex ribbons? Oh, I have 2 Obex ribbons because we were waiting for the Obex Incarnate. I didn't know which of these 2 ribbons would be the good one. Penance, Penta. The Penta actually could be another really interesting weapon with this new system for a status-based build. Could be interesting. What about melee weapons? I'm kind of interested in what melee weapons I have here that could be neat rollable choices here. Rollable interesting ones. Of course, the Okina is a bonkers good weapon and is a bonkers good influence weapon. The Redeemer is actually surprisingly a really strong influence weapon as well. Am I heavily focusing again on the status stuff? Yes. Is that probably a silly choice? Potentially. The sheave here, surprisingly, it's like free corrosive right there for the sheave. That's fun. Status chance, electricity, crit chance. Oh, that's actually a pretty solid for an influence build too, but that's already a really good roll. Cause assist. I do have a cause assist on here. But I like the cause assist is more of a crit-based weapon than a status-based weapon. There's not a whole lot here that I like the look of for going into a status-based weapon. Unfortunately, or fortunately for my sanity. Man, I would love it if I had an Amprex ribbon. I do not have an Amprex ribbon. Ba ba boo 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 boo. Now, like, I'm not gonna be like investing a lot of my Kuva into anything pre-rolling because we don't know where things are gonna be shaking out. Stupid thought though, can you get ribbons for exalted weapons? No, you cannot. No. The Ceto was one that I wanted to get some status effects on, but also like I ended up rolling into like a pretty decent roll for like a crit stats hybrid Ceto. Even at 1 disposition, this is actually a fairly decent roll. So I kind of feel like keeping that one for now. What are some other really good status-based weapons here? The Cycron is more of crit stats hybrid, so like that's one that we could think about rolling. The Embolist is actually a silly status weapon. That could be kind of fun. The NCOS, of course, we just got a combo stat that we care about right away, which is super nice. Alright, I'm gonna run a quick with a gaze. I forgot I had a gaze one. I'm gonna run a quick ad break here. I'm gonna go stretch my back. I'm gonna see if I can wake myself up and keep going for another hour or so. I think we are probably gonna be ending a little bit early today, just because I am sleep deprived. So sit tight, everyone. We'll be right back in a few minutes, and we'll see you in a second. Alright, I'm back. This is Omni, featuring The Defect by the something or other. Alright, is there anything else I'm like majorly interested in? The Heck actually, again, could be another really interesting debilitate status weapon too. That one could be very interesting. Very neat. Oh, the Ignis, yeah, that's right, we rolled you. Comb. The comb as well, actually. The comb is like built for debilitate. Sorry, 1 second. Bit hype for the new Ali G? Yeah. That one seems really good. I've always loved Ali G. Ali G is super cool. I think that was like Sacha Baron Cohen. I think that was probably my favorite character that he played. He's just kind of a funny guy. But I wonder how that's gonna be going, of course. Magnus? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, without knowing what the other stats are, I think we kind of gotta call it here for ribbon rolling, realistically speaking. It's kind of hard to plan things without having all of our information, of course, which totally makes sense that is the case. The pox. Well, the pox actually, that would be another one that, maybe, you know what? We already got 36 rolls in that, so it's going to be expensive to keep rolling that, so I think we're going to leave that one for now. Now, the Predator does deal gas damage, so, like, this is another one, depending on how that functions with if the leaded gas is the exception or is the rule for gas damage. Gas damage on mods going into the gas status effects damage. Because the Predator, of course, I believe, if I remember, memory serves correctly, does do gas shenanigans. So that could be neat. I mean, do we just throw some Kuva at this? You know what? Let's just... let me just remember. Let me just double check my remembering here. Because I can't remember with the Predator. I believe it does gas, right? Yes, it does do gas. Okay, so the Predator Riven does actually kind of make sense for us to try out and see what we can get out of this. Now, of course, we are looking for status damage or gas on this. Is our gut instinct, because this is actually a really good weapon for Mag, especially. This weapon really shines on Mag because the projectile does bounce around constantly inside of her magnetized bubble, and could be an interesting potential option for us, and is actually a really good weapon for her, because of course the lingering gas clouds with the Mag bubble, because it sucks enemies into the center of the Mag bubble, and then you have lingering gas clouds in the Mag bubble, making those gas clouds overlap continuously, in the bubble and dealing some really good damage, actually. Now that one is, actually that would be a halfway decent normal Riven. Because this is a semi, so you could go semi-candidate. So, now the question, I mean, that's always the problem with Rivens, is like, do you keep rolling for more? This is the Gamba mentality that I'm worried about with the game, with this change. So, I'm literally facing it right as we speak. Because projectile speed's good for this weapon. It is a projectile-based weapon. Status duration is actually really good for gas clouds because it does make the gas... I believe that it makes the gas clouds linger longer if memory serves correctly. And multi-shot, of course, just more shots going out. And then, of course, minus fire rate doesn't matter because we have semi-cannonade. So, the multi-shot does not... the minus fire rate on this Riven does not matter. And it completely is a harmless negative in our case here. Avara. Shoot an enemy and make a cloud. Noise arrow enemies into the cloud. That's true, yeah. So actually, you know what? Like, the Brigader, like, really good roll would actually be status damage, status duration, and gas. Would be kind of like the go-to role for the Brigader in my mind currently. If that shows up, of course. And I'm not going to throw any more rolls into that. I'm pretty happy with that roll as it stands. And I will level this guy up to max because I have 2.1 million endo and I might as well spend it. Let's roll down here, see if there's anything super interesting. The Zenosfire is another one that could be interesting with a status-based build, of course. It is very strong. The Zoog, I think, actually has some options as well. Interesting that it says 900 here. That's because for some reason I clicked the Zoog and it clicked the Volok there for some reason. Weird. Now the Zymos, Ace, correct me if I'm wrong. With the Zymos, you're looking for like because you are the certified Zymos addict, and I don't know if you're still here or not, but if you are here, maybe you can help me think about what I would want to do on here. It is a crit shenanigan, headshot shenanigan weapon, so that's probably what we'd be looking for, so I don't think that we'd be looking for status stuff on there. The Zacti actually is another weapon that has innate gas in it. So this is another one that I kind of want to fish for a pre-rolling a status damage or gas on here. Is kind of where I'm at. Again, I'm not going to throw a lot of Kuva into this. We're just kind of doing it for the fun. We do have viral right off the bat, so we'll take this one. Because if anything else, the lingering clouds that this does produce does leave. I believe that it does still apply the status effects that the thing leaves on the ground. So having free viral with a harmless negative and fire rate isn't bad on here. So this is actually already a role that I would think about keeping. Obviously, I think still the ideal, depending on how gas operates out, with gas dots is a question mark that we'll need to investigate once the patch hits. So I want to see if I have any Rivens that have gas already built into it. Because it might be worthwhile just to roll a Riven until we have a gas Riven ready to go. Oh, we already have one here on the Vassalok. So we will actually max this one out because if anything else, that is a good Riven for us to be able to test that tech to see if the gas on the Riven will allow us to, you know, I should actually be grabbing a probably Google Sheet if I remember that I've made a Google Sheet when the patch hits will be another question. Is great if I would remember it. So Riven changes with Ice Blade testing rivens. We have the Vastilock for gas. That is pretty happy-go-lucky that we actually do have one already on the books. Now the only question is, of course, for the weapons that have gas innately, what weapons do have gas innately, and do I have rivens for those? Let's go see. Here on the weapons, the Viscous, the Zacti. For some reason, it does not show the Pregator. Here we are, Pregator here. And the Cyanex. We do have a Cyanex Riven, I believe. How does this work? Fires bouncing projectiles that deal gas damage. Okay, so we do have one. And we do have a Riven for it. So I do feel like rolling this with the potential of getting gas on it. At the very least, that gets us halfway to gas with the heat. Not that one. Like I said, I've been watching a lot of Potato McWhiskey lately, and this is very much a Potato McWhiskey coded stream where I'm kind of explaining everything that I'm doing, maybe overly so, and just chatting at myself. And if that's bothering any of you today, I'm sorry, but sleep deprivation has made me summon a strategy-based Irishman, and I will be taking this one here. We don't have. Has there been official confirmation for Plaguestar yet? I don't think we've had official confirmation. So this one here, obviously we don't have gas here, but at least, you know what? Yeah, it doesn't really matter because we don't have gas, and we're specifically fishing for gas. So we will keep this here for the moment. At the very least, multi-shot's always nice to have. And it does mean that we have a few combinations that we'll be able to test and see how they function once this patch hits. You thought it was September 10th to September 24th. Has that been officially... Tristan, if you can find a source for that information, I would love... Because I know that they said that they were thinking of bringing it back, but I don't think that they've had an official confirmation that they're bringing it back yet. I'm just going to roll this to 20. I'm not going to invest too much Kuva into this. That's the other half that we need, but of course we do need it on one roll, which is kind of part of the problem with this whole Riven system, of course. But we will be able to lock in this heat potentially for the roll. This is just a better 60/60 Toxin, and I mean at the moment, APA or Chicago, what's the one that MLA? I prefer MLA, please and thank you. That is the way that we do things here. Deuce Lord, you're heading to bed. All right. We do have free viral on here, and you know, if we can, this is a very heavy status-based weapon, so free viral on here is actually not bad. So I think we'll keep this one for now, because at the very least, if we really need to fish for gas, we have Toxin here. But as a very valid backup plan, we do have free viral. We're only going to go to 20 on here, and then we'll see about our other weapons that have innate gas on it. And see about our other Rivens for those and how bad rolls-wise we have on those. So, the Zacti was the other one, of course. We only have 3 rolls on this one at the moment, and this is also a free viral Riven. This as a standalone Riven. They're not sending it. Yeah, Twitch really broke after the thing yesterday. I'm so sorry, Lost Knife. I'm sorry for everybody that the viewing experience on Twitch has been so borked. Obviously it's not ideal, but we're doing what we can. We're doing the best we can with it. But yeah, it seems like it's been a much worse situation than expected with that whole Twitch breaking earlier yesterday. Nothing major there. Nothing major yet. We're only, like I said, we're only gonna go to 20 on this. We are fishing for gas specifically, because this will allow us to test a few things. A, does gas affect gas that's innately on weapons is very important to know, because there is a few weapons, of course, that have innate gas, the Cyanex, Zacti, and the Purgator specifically. And I'm very interested to see if the Riven will play into that at all. A week ago, I know that what you're referencing, I believe, Tristan, is the last dev short where they said that they were thinking of bringing back Plague Star. But I don't think that it's been an official confirmed 100% announcement. Now, that said, it would be very silly of them to say that they're thinking of bringing back Plague Star and then not bring back Plague Star. That would be the biggest bait of everyone's existence. Now, of course, they may do it. they may, of course, do that shenanigans. But as of the moment, yeah. Fusion ability into a specific loader only shows up when the loader slot is active. That's correct, yes. With innate gas, you can't just use base damage mod to increase the gas damage. Yes, but gas damage... So blast status damage does not get affected by blast modded onto the weapon. I mean magnetic but magnetic is a single slot augment anyway. Blast does not get affected by mods, but blast also doesn't have any mods that give the weapon directly blast. Gas, on the other hand, is a bit of a corrosive for free. This roll is still obviously better. But that is actually a pretty interesting roll there too. Okay, so we didn't get it here. So we will go see about our Purgator here. And see if maybe we can get something, because while the roll on the Purgator, is actually a halfway decent roll for the Purgator, being status duration is really good for gas clouds, and multi-shot is just nice, and projectile speed is just a nice quality of life, and this is a harmless negative because it is a semi-automatic. We'll just quickly roll this to 20 just for the fun of it. Well, I mean, that's corrosive and crit chance. Is this a crit-based weapon? Yeah, this is just a better roll, which is frustrating because both of these are good rolls, and then this is the RNG. We have to hope that we get a good third stat out of this comboing. Is this going to be worth the trade-off if we're wanting to go into funny gas things? I think that this is still a better choice because then we have guaranteed corrosive, we have a third random stat, and this is a crit-based weapon. So I think that overall this is a better Riven with the current knowledge of what the new Riven system is going to be like. Because crit chance is going to be good here. It does have a 31% crit chance and a 2.3 crit damage for that. It does have a low status chance, but again, this is for a Meg specific build. So I think we'll keep this one for now. We will keep rolling. We will, because, in honor of the Gambas earlier, why the F not? So, sorry, I got distracted by my own stupidity again. Gas damage does get increased by Valiance Formation from Lavos, as well as the leaded gas augment for the Vesper 77, whereas Blast does not get increased by Valiance Formation and does not have any mods that give it gas, that gives it direct and specifically blast damage. Those don't really exist. The only case that really exists is the Obex Incarnon Finisher, but that doesn't super matter. Haven't seen the clan page change. I mean, I sent it, and if you accepted it, you should be good. You might need to just restart your game. Sometimes that is a thing, but it is now out of my control. I'm not 100% certain what could be holding you back there. So yeah, we're just gonna have to be okay with what we have here for our potential rolls. We do have a Vassalok for testing gas at the very least there. We won't be able to test gas. We won't be able to test gas elsewhere. This is a very tasty Riven already into the new system, and this is the type of Riven that I was talking about earlier with 2 normal stats and a combo stat. That is where I think is where the god rolls of Rivens are going to be lying in the future. Because this is, of course, status damage, electricity, and crit damage. And of course, the electricity can go into corrosive, which then we can do corrosive blast debilitate here with the status damage, and then we will get another stat from these two combining. Do you need an ability to Helmut ability on Uriel? No, you do not need a Helmut ability on Uriel. Uriel is a very well balanced frame. Also is hot AF, literally and figuratively. Okay, we do gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so the new people look at pro ads. Seems like a bye. So like this is already really close to a god roll 4 in my mind of what is proposed currently in the changes. Right? We have status damage with these two being combined. So these two will combine into status damage. And of course, these two are good on their own. And then these two will give us a new random stat. Which hypothetically should be a negative. Because you can't, as of the current system stands, you can't get 4 positives on a Riven. Is this going to change it? Like right now you can have a maximum of 3 positives and a negative. But is this system going to make this a possibility? Is kind of an interesting question. I think I think most likely not. I think most likely this is not a reality. I think that this is the standard shall continue. But I mean, it is Warframe coding, so who the F knows? You know? Who knows? Not me. Not me. Now, what's the other weapon we're getting? We're getting the Stephalos. CEF. I do have a Stephalos ribbon. What does the Stephalos look like these days? It is a status mainly weapon with a bit of decent crit damage. So knowing DE, we're probably going to be looking at STE. We're probably going to be looking at that crit chance going up. Do you get multi-gun co? You do get multi-gun co. So we are looking down the barrel of yet another funny status hee hee ha ha weapon here. Which could be cool. I have thrown 10 rolls into the Stephalos Riven already, so I don't feel like doing it anymore. Let's just reset my ribbon screen because I don't know where the Stephalos is and I don't have to re-click it. That might is here. Sicarus. Why do I have so many Sicarus ribbons? Huh. I do have a lot of Sicarus ribbons. What the hell? That's kind of funny. Simulor free viral. That seems kind of fun. Huh, look at that. I wonder what's going to happen with IPS. What do you guys think is going to happen with IPS with this? Doing infestation theme, helmet charger, and Nidus. Same recommendations of weapon to Coda weapons. With Nidus specifically, the Haruto and the Hema. Nidus is, of course, a health tank, and those both heal you. Obviously, Nidus does have his passive for keeping him basically alive through anything. As long as you maintain your stacks, you're basically invincible. And it's very easy to maintain your stacks now. And his fourth ability does heal you, and with enough strength will heal you for persistence. Of course, persistence means that you can only take 500 damage a second maximum and give you maximum a second for every 1 second. You can only take 500 damage, and of course when you have 20k health, that's 40 seconds of basically invincibility. But if you want to extend that invincibility, having a healing based weapon is a wise choice. The Hema is also a crit based weapon, so it plays well into Nidus's Teeming Virulence Augment. Teeming Virulence Augment gives you a butt ton of critical chance. Depending on what build you're going with and your strength values, I have seen upwards of 2,000% or in the direction of 2,000% critical chance. out of that. And with the HEMA, that does mean that you are billions of crit chance, not literally, of course. So the HEMA would be a very good choice. The Hirudo also does heal you as well and is a very powerful melee weapon. It actually does play very well into Nidus's kit, because then you cast Larva and group enemies up for you to pounce. For secondary weapon, I would probably say the dual coated Torxica is always a good choice. And probably the one that I would go with. So like theoretically, if you wanted to go all infested, I would probably go HEMA, dual coated Torxica, and Hirudo. You could also go for the melee weapon. The dual Ichor with the Incarnate is very strong. If you wanted to go that route. I hope my sleep-deprived explanation would help you. Has helped you here. But yeah, the HEMA, especially if you have the HEMA augment from a few night waves ago, gives you more crit chance and crit damage, which of course, since Nidus is feeding your crit chance, you do not need necessarily the crit chance. But it does make the crit damage, of course, on that augment much stronger, because you are feeding a bunch of crit chance, and then of course every crit tier makes your crit damage more impactful. Yeah. HEMA. Especially with the augment. Especially and specifically with the augment. Yep. Excuse me. Dual Ichor is probably one of your favorite melee weapons. Yeah, if that's one of your favorites, I mean, that would fit really well and fit well into the bill. And then you just pull out the HEMA whenever you need to heal. Don't forget, of course, you can equip your Helminth Charger. It's one of my favorite companions. With the Hunter Recovery mod, and the Hunter Recovery mod will cause your companion to heal you, making, of course, Nidus even more durable with his billions of health. Well, again, not billions, but you know what I mean. Sporthorix is another one, actually. The Sporthorix is another one that could be very interesting with the system, because, of course, this is a weapon that I could see being a good 3 combo stat Riven if you got all of the luck of all of the Dead Irish. Because like weak point damage, gas, and status damage would be pretty freaking sick on that thing. I am not ever thinking that that is happening to anyone, and anyone who does manage to get that roll should have probably just gone and bought a lottery ticket instead. Yep. And this is a good roll for us testing with the Blast to see if modded Blast will be affecting the Blast status effect, and how modded Blast will be, if modded Blast damage, as in single mod blast damage, affects the blast status effects damage, and on top of that, how it functions, if it functions on blast status damage, how it functions with weapons that natively have blast on it, because the Cerberus Incarnate, of course, is a blast weapon. Neat. Right? Just kind of rambling into the void today. Sorry, everyone. We're just, we do just be rambling into the void today. We do just be rambling. I hope you're enjoying the rambles. Probably just the status waiting. I agree, it's probably just going to be status waiting, especially for Blast. I don't think, because, the big sort of like thing in that is, of course, Valiant's formation, the completely ungovernable nightmare. Ha, caught you, nerd. I don't know where they're coming from. Like, I don't have anything that they could be eating anywhere. Like, I went through and cleaned everything, so I don't know where they're, what's going on with them. Because Valiant's formation, of course, is a is kind of another one of those things that is different between Gas and Blast, whereas Gas is, of course, a ton of gets a ton of damage from Valiant's formation, whereas Blast does not, and that's kind of the difference. I think Alp transferred the curse. No, I gave Alp the curse. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Yeah. 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 Yep. Trumnum with Blast, that's fun. If the Trumnum would ever come down in Riven Disposition. Or come up in Riven Disposition, I should say. Yeah, this is another one. Like, if we got Blast on the Verglass with this crit chance, that'd be very tasty. Like, the locking for the Verglass, this is going to be nice for the Verglass. Lock in the crit chance and then roll for something else. Like, this is a very nice, nice opportunity Riven here, too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, mirror. Lost knife point. What you got over here? When did I get a Verglass Riven? Like last week or a week before, somewhere in that area. Luckily enough, got the crit chance pretty quickly there for the whole shenanigans. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, Lost Knife. I actually really love this color palette, sort of oranges and yellows with blues and teals. This looks fantastic. Or turquoise? Would this be a teal or a turquoise? Anyway, or just like a sky blue. It does look really nice. I'm a really big fan of this. This looks really good. And also the green accent tone's quite nice in there too. I like. I do like. All right, everybody. I think because I'm sleep deprived, I think we're gonna call it here early. Yeah, we're gonna call it here early for me tonight, everybody. Sorry. I am not in my best form today. So we are going to call it here for me. My apologies for ending early today, everybody. Just, you know, when I'm not, you know, when you're not in the best headspace, it's hard to be good for entertaining everybody. But before we go, Blue, thank you for the completely unreasonable amount of lizards. Ace, thank you also for the completely unreasonable amount of lizards. And Dalen, thank you also for those sound alerts as well. I think that was all on the sound alert side. Let me just go double check. I don't want to be being a dweeb here. Dalen, Blue, so many Blue, so many. Aced, and, I think that's it. Oh my gosh, so many lizards, Blue. Dalen, yeah, that's it. Dalen, Blue, and Aced for the sound alerts. Greatly appreciate you all. Thank you, Beam Bun Bun, for the 4 months tier 1, Unusual Individual for the 3 months tier 1, Blue Blitzkrieger for the 10 gifted subs, Douche Lord for the 25 months now tier 2 sub, and Enverath for the 2 months tier 1. Tomorrow, as I remember, I believe I said, to everybody, tomorrow we will be doing a big walk with the friendos. So, feel free to come on by for that insanity. I would love for you all to come and join us for that silliness. And then Sunday, of course, we will be doing a special stream. I won't be streaming, but Ken will be streaming over on his channel, where I will be joining as a guest for his Starfinder, aka Sci-Fi Pathfinder one-shot that we'll be doing. Playing through the Warframe specific module for Starfinder, so that will be very exciting. And then, of course, everyone, please don't forget that next week on the 3rd of September from 4 p.m. Eastern until 6 p.m. Eastern, we will be streaming for St. Jude's over on their channel. trying to raise money for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. So if you would like to join, we are going to be doing a few challenges. We are going to be doing a ton of giveaways. Some of the challenges include me back in a maid outfit, because you all love that. And the big challenge is, of course, me shaving my head. I don't know if we're going to hit that one. I did set that one kind of high, so hopefully we'll hit it. It would be fun to hit that. But of course, that is all dependent on everybody's incredible generosity. How much? I don't know if I can say. I think I can say. I'm setting it at 2K. I don't know if that's too high or not. That might be too high. But at least it's a good aspiration. So we'll see how that's going. It's only for 2 hours. So we will have to see if we were able to hit that. To a Canadian, well, it is St. Jude, so I'm assuming US. It is a bit high for that, obviously, but listen, we shoot for the stars and land somewhere amongst the moon, you know? So we'll see if we hit that. If we don't hit that, that's okay. But I figured I would leave y'all with like a ridiculous bait to see if we can get up to that point. If we can, great. I'm just happy to be able to help out and fundraise for a great cause. We'll be doing a bunch of giveaways throughout the day, throughout the 2-hour block. For Warframe, with Warframe stuff, a bunch of Plat stuff, Mesa Heirloom, Steinex Prime accessories, courtesy of Digital Extremes, as they do love supporting charity, of course. So yeah. I hope we, you know, I would love to go bald next week. I would absolutely love it. But if we don't hit it, I did set it at a high point to see if we could hit it. And, hopefully. Also, I kind of want to see what it looked like bald. So, like, this is self-serving to a degree. It'd be kind of fun to find out what I look like bald. I've never been bald. But also, for like the record, I'm just gonna buzz it like to scalp. I'm not gonna shave it because me and my skin, we don't like razors. Razors make me sad. But one of the things that we are gonna be doing. So one of the so there's like the milestone incentives, and then there's like the individual incentives. One of the individual incentives is strips of wax. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I am a hairy individual. So that'll be funny. Just like patchwork strips of wax off of me for the fun of it. That'll hurt. That'll be uncomfortable, but it will be hilarious. So we will be doing something a little bit extra fun just for the sake of it. And if we do hit that big goal, they'll be delicious. But we are gonna call it here for me, everybody. I'm not gonna raid anybody today. Just because I don't feel like it. I'm in a weird headspace, so I just kind of feel like not having to hunt someone down to go raid. And no, I don't need any suggestions for people to raid to. So again, thank you everybody for the wonderful support today. I appreciate you all. Again, tomorrow we'll be doing Big Walk, and then Sunday we will be doing Pathfinder over on, or Starfinder, my apologies, over on, Ken's channel. Alright. Raid the fridge and get myself a delicious snack. You are not wrong. I should definitely do that, yeah. Alright, everybody. You take care. Be safe, be good to each other, have yourselves a wonderful evening. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So we'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye!